keep you advised of the webcasting situation. Apparently everything at the back here says it's encoding, which means it's being recorded, but it doesn't seem to be going out live. We've also now got a voice recorder, so at least the conversations will be recorded, and whatever the outcome at the end, there will be a live broadcast, a recorded broadcast available to the general public after the event. Good evening, members. This is a continuation of the meeting from last night, but I will, just for formality, run through the protocols at the beginning. Webcasting and meeting. Mobile phones off or silent, please. Receive apologies for absence. None. Resignations or replacements as per yesterday. I would take that as. Thank you. Declaration on conflict of interest or whipping decisions. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. I have a personal interest in a number of sites that would possibly be coming forward to a development in the borough. It is not a disclosable pecuniary interest, it is purely a personal interest, and I'm declaring it for the committee, and it's on my register of interests as detailed.
Thank you. No urgent items, no minutes, obviously, from last night yet. Member and public participation. The only participation under this agenda item is Councillor Tilbury. Councillor Tilbury, the way it's going tonight is that the officers will introduce the paper. There will then be a presentation of the paper. And then whereabouts would you like to slot in? After questions to the officers or before? That's what I was wondering. So after questions, then I'll invite you to come up. So that's all right. Two portfolio holders are in attendance tonight. I've heard no expressions of wanting to address the committee. We'll see how that goes throughout the evening. No referrals from other committees or the council. No issues referred to by the cabinet. So on that basis, we will be addressing paper C, and if I could ask the officers to introduce the paper.
Good evening, members. This is the Strategic Housing Market Assessment Update paper. Papers before you have been published, produced in-house. Di Bromley, our Policy and Research Officer, is going to present the quite technical information contained within the document. Some of you will be aware of some of it because you've been at a number of workshops on this kind of information when this information has been provided, so hopefully that already gives you a basis of understanding. I think Di's presentation will be about 15 minutes. Again, like last night, if we could go through the presentation in whole, that would be helpful, and then obviously we're happy to take questions.
Good evening, members. This report updates the key issues from the update of the 2007 Strategic Housing Market Assessment. The focus is for the whole borough initially. It doesn't look at the borough broken down into different geographical areas. It's across the whole borough. It sets out the housing market context, housing need, how housing need is indicated, how it can be defined, and how it is comprised, so that's current need and a rising housing need. The housing need assessment is a key output in planning terms. It provides an indication of the affordable housing element of housing need within the overall housing number if the assumptions in the housing need assessment are accepted. The SHMAR update and the report we had last night and the housing strategy are all part of the same whole, and we need to work with an awareness of that whole. This is not a standalone document. The evidence base informs the local plan. It informs the local authority, housing authority functions and homelessness prevention. It informs the strategic housing needs assessment for commissioning purposes. It's used to support operational work and projects, to inform affordable housing policies, and to pick up on housing need trends. And the intention, together with the next steps and any comments and suggestions from the committee tonight, is that this document will satisfy the NPPF and the duty to cooperate. Some of the work you've already seen presented in member workshops and committees before, and now tonight, for the first time, you have in front of you the whole set of documents. There is further work identified, which I'll come on to in a moment. and there will be annual updates of the SMART and housing needs assessments. It is a dynamic document. Updates will come through Housing and Environment Committee, for example through the Housing Strategy Review in a year's time, and also through P&I Ofcom, through, for example, something like the Annual Monitoring Report. The format of the updates hasn't yet been decided. It will probably be something along the lines of the document you see at the moment, but hopefully a little bit shorter. Okay, the approach for this piece of work was to look at the whole borough. We aimed to use local data, administrative data, and we developed new data sets particularly for this piece of work. Census data is referenced as you would expect it to be, but the objective from the outset was that we would develop data sets which we could monitor and which we could track on an annual basis at least. We also aimed for complete transparency within the document, that each element of the housing needs assessment could be identified and accounted for independently. And that also has the advantage when we assume different levels of housing need, we can then track that through to see what difference it makes in terms of the overall housing number. The intention that it is compliant with guidance in that there's a range of scenarios. The requirement for need to be objectively assessed is achieved in various ways. As I said, this document and the edge demographic scenarios will be combined. The alignment of the SMART HNAs with the edge demographic scenarios, this work is still to happen. Combining local data so far with the Council's previous housing number, the 73770, that has already taken place. Detailed analysis of housing need using various definitions, not just accepting the housing register data in its entirety but drilling down. Looking at on and off flows from the housing register, not just relying on snapshots of the housing register at any given time. And also validation of the data, cross-referencing and triangulating, if you like, from a variety of other sources. The housing need assessment is one of the key components. It informs the need for affordable housing. It typically looks 5 years forward and has a 5-year life, but as I've said, we are going to update this on an annual basis. It is based on the assumption that current need will be met within a 5-year time frame. This can lead to a high annual housing need requirement and hence a range of scenarios in the light of uncertain economic conditions. It uses affordability thresholds to indicate a proportion of households that may not be able to meet their needs in the market. It quantifies the extent of housing need, that is current need and a rising housing need. It looks at the proportions across different tenure types, that is rented and intermediate. It looks at the extent to which varying assumptions affect the overall housing number. All the results are annualised, so it gives a number of households or homes per year. It shows how much need may be met through new supply, either through relets or new build. And it has a relationship to the overall housing number. It does show that whatever number of new homes are built in affordable housing, it shows how many that might be able to accommodate from the housing register, so it relates the housing register to the number of new homes that are built. However, there are caveats. It assumes that there are no constraints, and it is also subject to viability testing. The housing needs assessment is constructed in a very particular way. It looks at housing need, the housing need that exists today for intermediate and housing register housing need. It also looks at a rising future housing need that might present tomorrow. And the rising housing need consists of existing households in the borough falling into need for the first time. And it is also an element of either new households forming for the first time and in housing need, or new household formation based on an overall housing number subject to affordability testing. So there's very distinct parts to the housing need assessment. Current need, a rising future need. A rising future need is existing household and new households forming for the first time. Sources and definitions that we've used. Intermediate housing applications have been taken straight from the database for the Homes Enhance, who are the clearinghouse for all intermediate housing applications in Hampshire. We've used our own housing register data. For a lower or minimum estimate of housing need, we've used households in bands 1 to 3, that is households with acute and maybe multiple housing needs, and also those that are actively seeking housing. The housing register upper estimate includes not only those households, but those in band 4 with a statutory reasonable preference. Current need is the existing caseload. Arising need, as I've said, is the need that may present in the future. And then to offset that, we have taken supply, which can either come through relets, that's existing stock which falls vacant, and new build properties. This shows the range of housing needs assessments and the basis on which they're calculated. This corresponds with the report, paragraphs 4.2 and 4.3 of the officer report, relates specifically to these scenarios. This table combines the housing needs assessment methodology, the rationale for doing the different scenarios, and also the extent of housing need before relets, which is the column on the left-hand side, and then after relets, which is the column on the right-hand side. The figures that we're going to be quoting are the figures after relets. Just to recap over the issue of relets, relets are existing stock that fall vacant and therefore can meet housing need for people on the housing register. And the total number of relets that we have used in the housing needs assessment is 494 relets per annum. And that is the difference between the columns before relets and after relets. So this is saying, for example, that housing needs assessment 1 is based on bands 1 to 3 from the housing register, those actively seeking housing, so who have made a bid through the choice-based letting system, and it assumes that a rising housing need in the future will be the same as a rising housing need over the last 5 years. If we assume no supply, then the housing need figure is 765 households per annum. However, offset with 494 relets, we come down to a figure of 271 units, which may need to be met through new supply. And the subsequent housing need assessments are based on housing need assessment number 1 with certain variations, and that is why the numbers change correspondingly. Housing needs assessment 1 and housing needs assessment 2 are the lower and upper estimate. So we're looking at 271 units after relets for the minimum housing need and 1,109 units after relets for the upper estimate. However, I must caveat that and say, as I said earlier, that this assumes there is no constraint to supply. And one of the issues I think we have in front of us today is how do we moderate that? The observations from the housing needs assessment. Before relets, there seems to be a cluster of around 800 households a year, and a range from 765 to 1603 households a year in housing need. As I say, that's before relets. Once relets have been deducted, it's a cluster of around 300 households a year, and a range from 271 to 1109 after relets. The 765 or 271 figure should be treated as an absolute minimum calculation of housing need. As I said, it was a lower estimate. It refers to the most narrow definition of housing needs, households in bands 1 to 3. It does not allow for increasing housing need in the future. As I said, it is based on a rising housing need being equivalent to the preceding 5 years. And it doesn't allow for households in band 4 that meet the statutory housing definition. Relets meet the need of 494 households per year, but there are fewer relets likely in the future. We see a falling number of relets to meet demand. A 40% affordable threshold is supported, and the tenure split in the housing needs assessments. A tenure split of 70% rented and 30% intermediate also seems reasonable, which represents a small shift from the current policy. Next steps, we will review the work following new SHMA guidance due in July 2013. We need to reflect the Edge Analytics study within the evidence base, the housing needs assessment and the executive summary that is in relation both to migration and the demographic outputs from Edge Analytics. We need to do more work on housing needs analysis of specific groups, for example older people, people with disabilities and ethnic groups. The first annual update of the base data needs to be scheduled in, and we've already started preliminary work to do that. And then, specifically related to the duty to cooperate and to identify the extent of our own housing market, we're undertaking some primary research into migration patterns using postcode mapping of household moves to identify the spatial extent of the housing market to support the duty to cooperate, and in doing so we're liaising with all our neighbouring districts to do that. And also, when the census data comes out, possibly at the end of 2013, we'll be looking at that to give us a sense check and to look at the last 12 months moves. I'm also happy to take any comments and any suggestions that you may want to add in for next steps, or where you think we could improve the work. I've added reference to the National Planning Policy Framework for reference to make sure that the work is compliant or can be compliant. And the recommendation before the committee tonight is to note the content of the report and the next steps set out in the paragraphs of the report.
Thank you very much, Di. Just a quick one, the webcast is operating well. One of the officers is currently watching this on TV at home. Good luck. I know. Councillor Cubitt. Questions for the officers? Councillor Cubitt.
Yes, sorry, if we could just go back to the previous slide, but the one before the MPPF. Okay, just out of interest, why do we have to do specific housing need analysis for ethnic groups?
It is one of the requirements of good practice within SHMA guidance. In addition to that, given the change of ethnic mix from over the last decade and the new census data we have, I think it is something that would be expected of us, and we should do, to identify whether ethnic groups in the borough have specific housing needs, and to make sure we are meeting those, or at least know what they are, so we can plan for them.
Is it a requirement under the MPPF that we specifically identify the needs of ethnic groups?
The NPPF extract is in the slide in front of us. It doesn't actually mention ethnic groups particularly, but I think we would need to do that piece of work. What is it? The needs of groups of all types of housing, and in terms of differences between ethnic groups, housing has certainly come up as one of the issues in terms of different housing needs for different ethnic groups, and I think we need to do it.
Right. In terms of HN4, one of the things that I've never truly understood, and I'd also like to the slide before. Okay. Yeah. Could you talk me through what that means? Because you've got down that you've got an 11,000 caseload at the moment, and we talk about needs. But one of the things that I'm very wary about, that's a theme that runs throughout the whole paper, is these references to the duty of cooperation and the peculiarity of us in relation to other neighbouring authorities. And what I would really like to drill down is an understanding of what HN4 means and what you believe is our duty to cooperate to neighbouring boroughs.
HN4 takes into account the minimum housing need as calculated in HN3, but adds into that the number of intermediate applicants, so for intermediate housing, who do not live in the borough, but they do work in the borough. Therefore, even though they don't live in the borough, they would be deemed to have a local connection with the borough. Throughout the evidence base of the document 2, which is the largest of the 3 documents, we have examined various surveys, not just from Basingstoke-and-Deane, but other national surveys and Basingstoke-and-Deane surveys that show movement to support job opportunities, movement for employment purposes is actually very important to people. And I think some of the studies that we've seen in Basingstoke-and-Deane, the Rural Housing Study, that also bore that out, that households will move to take up job opportunities. HN4 shows the difference that that might make in the overall housing number over a 5-year period.
Councillor,
So,
thought you'd finished.
no, sorry, I haven't. So if you look at the housing, your baseline of 765, that huge spike between HN1 and HN2 is adding in people who work here. No.
No. Shall I go through the sequence of all of the different housing needs assessments to show what has been added in and what hasn't? Would that be helpful? Yeah, okay. Right. Housing need 1 is the lower estimate. I should perhaps say that all of the housing needs assessments, with the exception of housing need assessment 4, are based on households that live in the borough. So that's the first exception to, yeah, okay. So housing needs assessment 1 is based on intermediate housing applicants and housing register applicants that live in the borough. It has taken the lowest estimate of housing register need, in that it's band 1 to 3, and then also applied those that are actively seeking housing, so those that have bid through choice-based lettings. And that gives us a baseline of 271 households a year. HN2 is in direct contrast to that. That is the upper estimate. So 1 and 2 are the lower and the upper estimate. That includes all of the households in bands 1 to 3, and also those in band 4 in reasonable preference category. HN3, sorry, reasonable preference. Yeah. Yeah. There is a definition of reasonable preference which I will just find for you. Okay. The reference is on page 181 of 229. Yes, 181 of 229. Yep. In the footnote, the 1996 Housing Act, Part 6, requires allocation schemes to give reasonable preference for certain categories of people. The people included in HN2 in reasonable preference category will be certain homeless households, people occupying insanitary or overcrowded housing, living in unsatisfactory housing conditions, people who need to move on medical or welfare grounds, and people who need to move to a particular locality where failure to do that would cause hardship. If I could, might clarify, if I say bands 1 to 3 are households that are more likely to have more than one of those reasonable preference categories. Band 4 will will have one of those reasonable preference categories. That's why we refer to bands 1 and 3 as being acute and multiple housing needs. Band 4, it's maybe no less acute, but it's just one of those reasonable preference categories rather than multiple. HN3 is just based on bands 1 to 3. HN4 is the exception in that it includes intermediate applicants who work in the borough. As I say, none of the other HN housing needs assessments include people who don't live in the borough. HN5 is based on bands 1 to 3, but a rising housing need is set at 2011 levels. What we've seen over the last 5 years is that there has been an increasing housing need. HN 1 and 4 are based on a rising housing need as reflective of the past 5 years. So that's taking an average of when a rising housing need was at a low level and when it was at a higher level. The difference with HN5 is that it assumes a rising housing need will remain at the higher 2011 level. That is why the housing number output is so much higher. Housing Need Assessment 6 assumes not that a rising housing need is based on the last 5 years average, not that it's based on 2011, but the trend over the last 5 years will continue into the next 5 years. And that's another difference between 5 and 6. Housing Needs Assessments 7 and 8 have been calculated examining the Council's previous housing numbers of 730 and 770 to see how much of a difference that makes using one of the Council's earlier demographic scenarios, or the two demographic scenarios at 730 and 770. And that is the full suite of the housing needs assessments. As I say, only one, Housing Needs Assessment 4, looks at people who don't actually live in the borough.
And just pushing you a little bit more on that point, how many months does a case have to have rented privately to be deemed to live in the borough to then fall within? I mean, what I'm getting at is, are there neighbouring authorities that place residents who fall under the 1996 Act in private rented here in order that they can then switch onto our housing needs register? I understand that's done quite regularly in the country.
Would you be able to repeat the question again? I just need to unpick the different elements of it. I'm sorry.
In our housing register, we've got 11,000 caseload, you said. There's a caseload of 11,000? Page... Page 66. The caseload is now 11,000. Okay. Okay, so my point is this. Are we aware of, or are we doing special deals with other authorities in the southeast of England whereby they place their residents in private rented accommodation in Basingstoke? And then how long does it take for them to be in private rented for them to qualify because they fall under the 1 to 3 band? And are then deemed residents because they've been privately renting?
I'm not aware that we have made any arrangements with any other local authorities in that regard.
The answer is, in relation to Band 4, because the only band that houses people from outside of the borough is Band 4, how long does somebody who is in Band 4 have to wait? My experience is, and I was told just recently, 5 years or longer. So,
sorry, just to clarify the question, I think we're talking at cross purposes. I think, Councillor James, you're talking about how long they'd be likely to wait before they would be picked up and housed. Yes, move up because they've got so many time weighted on the list and they move up the points. I think the question that Councillor Cuba is asking is, how long does a person physically have to live in the borough before they get before they're allowed to actually then go on our register? That's the question you're asking.
i.e. not deemed to have a local connection because they work here, or not deemed to have a connection because they actually are genuinely from our borough, but because they've lived in rented accommodation for a period of time, whomever's been paying for the private rent, do they then qualify as being local?
I'm just trying to find the reference in the report that picks up the number of households on the housing register who do not live in the borough. And my understanding is that housing registers applicants who do not live in the borough are predominantly in Band 5, and Band 5 has not been included in the housing needs assessment. Certainly when the housing needs assessments were formulated, we had this discussion with the housing manager, and there are so few households in Band 4 that don't live in our borough that it is not something that we've picked up at all.
I've picked that up as a question because I don't think we know the direct answer, so we'll come back to you on that specific point, because it's a housing related matter rather than a planning one.
Well, I appreciate that, Andrew, but the point I'm getting is how long does one have to be in this borough to suddenly be described as having a local connection? But we've raised this before in a SHMA, and we definitely raised it in an annual monitoring report, and it's, in my opinion, but I mean, maybe I'm talking absolute rubbish, but I would have thought it's pivotal to, because for me, the theme through the NPPF couldn't be more clear that we have an obligation to our local needs and objectively assess needs of the local people and our plan and what we need to do for our people. And I know that there are quite a few feelings that sometimes people seem to arrive, rent, go straight up the list. I've heard that a number of times in Basingstoke. So I would have thought that we would know how long someone has to have rented in Basingstoke to suddenly be described as having local connections. Because personally, and I don't know what other people's views are, is but if someone's come in and rented for a year and then presents as a band 1, 2 or 3, I personally don't consider them to have a local connection. But maybe
Councillor Kew, we should have an answer here in about 30
maybe
seconds.
maybe I'm completely offline on this one.
We have an answer from you with the powers of technology. From day one, when you come in, if you are resident in this borough and have address in this borough which you are living on in, you're entitled to a local connection. We have no deals with any South East local authorities in terms of placing people here or us placing our people in their local authorities.
Okay, brilliant. And have we ever had a deal with? So we've never had one before. We're not intending to strike up. Okay.
Have you finished? Thank you. Councillor Keith Watts.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I'd like to thank the team who've produced this. I think it's very good as a local product, and I hope the officers will be more patient with the slower students than the gentleman we met last night. I'd be grateful if Di could repeat for me the distinctions between HN5 and HN6. Oh, sorry.
Yes. If I backtrack slightly, the housing need assessment is based on current need and arising housing need. The difference between HN 5 and 6 lies in the way arising housing need has been calculated. Within the housing needs assessments, there are 3 different ways that we've calculated arising housing need. One is to assume that the previous 5 years, in terms of low years of need and higher years of need, should be averaged out, and that average will be likely to be what we see in the next 5 years. So that takes into account years where we've had lower levels of need and higher levels of need, so it's an average. But we've seen that a rising housing need has increased in the 5 preceding years. So HN5 assumes that a rising housing need won't increase any further, but it will remain at the higher 2011 level. HN6 assumes that the increase in housing need won't stay at 2011 levels, but it will actually increase further. And so it continues to, yes, yeah, that's right. There is a graph which shows that. Oh, here we are. What page 188 of 229? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I thought I'd done that. Can I turn to page 70 of 229? Demand for intermediate housing. Applicants are ineligible. What are the criteria for eligibility that will make someone is ineligible there?
The criteria would relate to the amount of income that an applicant has, whether the income is too high for them to qualify for intermediate housing, or too low for them to qualify for intermediate housing perhaps. There will also be assessments based on the amount of capital that somebody has, and also if they have previously been a house owner. There may be circumstances where somebody could apply for intermediate housing having been a house owner in the past, or there may be circumstances where their house ownership would disqualify them for not for being able to get intermediate housing in the future.
Thank you. That explains one case that came to me, who income was too high to get intermediate housing and too low to get a normal mortgage. But perhaps there are other ways of dealing with that. Actually, I think my other questions were answered in Ty's original presentation. So,
Councillor Gary Watts. Yeah. Get this right in my head. Our bottom baseline figure on the 770 that you've calculated, affordable homes, is 271 affordable homes that we have to build. Is that correct? Yeah. And it goes in the report. It talks about 91 units have been set aside within this current plan. Do we take that away from the 271, or?
Yes, we can take the new supply that has planning permission or is in the pipeline to offset against the 271. There is a reason I haven't done that, and I think the reason is in the papers in a way, because the new supply, the phasing can change. So a site that's already got permission, the phasing can change, and new sites can come up with permissions all the time. And so to get a level playing field, so that the 271 wasn't constantly fluctuating as permissions were granted and sites were rephased, I have left the reference to new supply in there because obviously it's fundamental, but I haven't netted it off in the data that you see there. Otherwise, things will be changing so much. I think the issue is, if we do say 271 is something we should be aiming for, and the new supply shows that we're going to build 270, 300 or however many units, then the supply meets the need if 271 is the accepted need.
But our supply isn't going to meet that 271, is it? So we're going to have a shortfall. What sort of plans have the council got to make that shortfall? It's not a question for you, but I don't see any plans. I don't see
anything coming forward, how we're going to make that shortfall.
It's more of a statement than a... I think, yes, it's something the portfolio holder will have to wrestle with. The thing is, though, it was brought up last night that a plan is a plan, and it's what this plan is aiming for over 18 years. And you've got to set up a cycle with some optimum numbers of what you want to achieve. The fact that we're now behind the drag curve on... Let me just speak, please, Mr. James. Yeah, yes, I know you did. But it's the...
Chair, I just shook my head. Doesn't mean I can't shake my head. Are you telling me as a chair that I can't shake my head?
No, Mrs.
I disagree with you.
Flexible.
I disagree with you. Oh, I'm very...
The optimum numbers that you put into any plan are going to get disturbed by developers putting in applications that are outside the plan, which is what we're finding at the moment. That's going to make a perturbation in all these ideas of numbers and everything else. But the final objective over the 18 years has got to be a rate. Now, I've asked this question several times in P&I in the last 4 or 5 years, and I was told on several occasions, because I pointed out, is outside of our control, our being the council, because it's the developers that control the rate. And I've seen it in my own ward. It's something we would like to do, something to do we want to meet to identify and satisfy the criteria that have been established within this report. And they've given us several scenarios. But, yeah, we can't meet exact figures. What we can do is go for a ballpark figure and try and achieve that as we go through the plan.
Except that the developers are setting the agenda at the moment because we haven't got a 5-year land supply. That's why.
That's exactly my point. The point? Okay. Councillor Mr. James.
If I could just comment on what you just said there, I think you were mistaking. You were talking about housing numbers, and what Gary was talking about was affordable housing delivery. And if you use the example of a 106 variation and Taylor's Farm, we had the developer come back, and it's a key partner of this authority, came back for a variation of that 106 and delivered less. And what Gary's question was is that in the document you're saying we're going to be delivering on average 91 homes per annum over the next 3 years. But the presentation that we're having from Diane is saying that the minimum amount that we were required to deliver is 271. And Gary's question is, there's a shortfall. What is the plan in relation to affordable housing? How are we going to meet that against a target of, we have a target in the housing strategy of 300. But my question is around Diane, and can I also echo, Diane, what was said by Councillor Watts? I think this is an exceptionally good paper. It's one of the best papers I've seen produced by this council in a long time. Can I just say that in the document on page 70, you talk about, and you've talked in your presentation about 494 homes per annum in relation to relets. But then in the document you say, but that equates. But is likely, and the potential for relets, and we've had that in relation to our presentation, is going to be 400 or fewer. So in relation to the absolute minimum, which is number 1 on the presentation in front of us, what would it mean if it was 400? What would we need to produce? And if it was less, say 350, what is it we would need to produce then? Because clearly what you're saying and have been saying to us as members is it is less, and it's likely, and the trends and the work that you've shown us in the presentations is that it's going to be even less than that. So what is that in relation to that? That's my first question.
In relation to relets, we have the data now for 2012-13. When I wrote the report, the expectation that relets would reduce was based on part of the year. We've now got the outturn for 2012-13. It might be helpful if I refer to that particular table that shows the relets per year. Which is page 197 of 229. We now have new figures for 2012-13. The gross lettings to social stock is 645. Gross relets after deducting new build is 606. Letting to transfer applicants is 176, which gives net relet after deducting transfers of 430. And then if that is averaged over the 5 years, that being year 1 and then the preceding 4, that gives us a new relet figure of 483. So that would be what 494 is at the moment. It is if we take the relet figure as an average of the that year and the preceding 4, then the relet figure is declining.
No, your baseline figure's going to change now then, isn't it? Bottom line.
So my question was, and if I could just pick up on that and in relation to that page, is that a maximum? And in relation to your trend, has that taken into consideration all of the changes to welfare and all of the other implications of that? And on that page, you talk about the general needs stock will be as few as 356 units per annum. What I want to really understand around relets, because your figures are based on relets, what would number 1 be as a minimum? What would we be required to be building in relation to that? Sorry, thank you.
I would be a little bit cautious of saying that 765 would become 765 minus 483. Yes, in simplistic terms you could say that. I feel that in order to work the relet figure for that particular year with the housing need, the on and off flow for that particular year, we might get a different start figure, so 765 might become something different based on what has happened on the housing register and intermediate applications in that particular year. So that's the first thing, but in simplistic terms, yes, it would be 765 minus 483, which gives a slightly higher requirement after relets.
And on page 66, you talk, and I think it was picked up by Onali, but it's about the caseload is now over 11,000 people, and this is in relation to housing benefit. That's a massive increase, isn't it? And if you look at that figure, 1/5 of these households are not unemployed. Could you just talk us through that section there? Page 66 of 229.
I've included this for context to show the extent of it shows the extent of families and households who are struggling to pay their housing costs and are in work. That's the issue, I think. I have got updated figures for March 2013. The caseload is 11,165, the total caseload, which is a small increase on the previous year. I think there was another point that you made, which I maybe didn't pick up on, is that the relets, going back to the relet issue, the relets are what I think we are seeing as a result of the early trends from welfare reform.
Like you say, I think it's very relevant in relation to cost. If we're going to do a piece of work about, the recommendation within the report is 70-30, I'd like to pick up on the issue about on page 68, where you talk about the number of people on the register. The average income of families and single people on the register is £15,000 a year. My concern about averaging that out is there may be some that are on a lot less. Do we have the figures of people that are on less, how that is broken down? And I just have concerns around averages when we're looking at something like this.
Yes, I completely agree about averages, and that's why there is another graph, which I'll find for you, which shows the distribution of incomes. It is in there for the housing register. I just need to locate it. But yes, averages doesn't tell you the range; it just tells you an average. I'm also interested in the distribution, the highest, the lowest, and where families sit and where households sit in the middle, in between the highest and the lowest. So, just let me find that for you. Yes. Yeah, 104. Yeah. May I just come back on one other point, which is about the 730, 770. I have referred to 730, 770 because at the time the housing needs assessments were being developed, that was the housing number that was being talked about at that time. So that's not a recommendation, it's just a reflection that when the housing needs assessments developed, 730 and 770 was being discussed, so I've included those for reference.
Could I ask you, Diane, just to talk me through that graph on 104, please? Would you just explain me what's that telling me?
The graph is comparing not just incomes for households on the housing register, but those for intermediate housing applications, either shared ownership or home ownership initiatives. What this does, I think, is it takes households on the housing register who are going to be relying on socially rented properties, RSL properties. Then it looks at the next step, if you like, which is shared ownership applicants, and then it also separates out those applicants who are aiming for home ownership, albeit at a slightly subsidised or supported rate. And so what I've tried to do is to give the whole range of affordable housing income data within that. And I think what it shows to me is that the single person households on the housing register, their income is distributed down the bottom end of the scale. The family households, they have also a clustering down at the bottom end of the scale, but I think in previous workshops we've also mentioned that housing benefit can be of great support to families and maybe is more of a financial a safety net than for single people. Couple incomes from the housing register are most evenly distributed on the housing register, and their incomes tend to be higher by that distribution. Shared ownership, obviously, the incomes are going to be slightly higher than the housing register, so theirs start around about 15 to 20 and work upwards. And then you can see the home ownership initiatives of the intermediate housing applicants; those are even higher up the end of the income scale.
I also wanted to pick up on page 67, overall housing affordability. And I think, if we're looking at costing of housing and looking at what it's going to be, since 2007, the average local salary levels rose by 22%, but RSL rents by 44%. Could you just talk us through that? Because obviously that's really concerning that salaries are not going up in comparison to rents.
That is looking at it is looking at average data. It's looking at average income levels, average household income, average earnings levels, and also RSL rents and property prices. And yes, it does show. I think this was one of the slides that was presented in maybe a members' workshop of probably last year, which shows that income and earnings levels are not increasing very much at all, whereas housing costs are increasing at a much more rapid rate. And it's not just rents, it's also house prices as well.
And on page 69, affordable thresholds by tenure, what concerns me is you say that 15%, on average, people on the register are earning £15,000, but each one of those tenures there are out of the reach of the average person on the register. Is that the case?
Broadly speaking, yes.
If we're looking at, and you're recommending a 30-70 split, 30 being intermediate, predominantly most people on the register, and I guess that would be those in the higher band, I don't know, and I don't know what work's been done in relation to that, will not be able to afford that option of intermediate housing. Is that the case?
The affordability modelling has shown, yes, that based on the household incomes of households on the housing register, they are highly unlikely to be able to afford intermediate housing, that is shared ownership and owner occupation. I'm not saying that it would be out of reach of 100% of them. Certainly there may be some who would be able to afford that, but for the purposes of modelling, I have made the assumption that people on the housing register would not be able to afford shared ownership, intermediate rent or outright owner occupation. I've made that assumption, yes.
Can I ask you about 106, page 106, and the graph you've got there? It shows you in that graph, it talks about this talks about the private market, landlord possessions and claims, and it shows that 81% of people that are receiving a landlord claim, or 5.3 landlord orders, evictions, we are higher than the national average, and we're obviously much higher than anywhere in the south. We're higher than Reading, which has a 4.6, which is obviously is a town with a university and young people. I just wondered if you could just tell us why that is the case, and it's quite alarming.
Yes, it does show that per 1,000 households, Basingstoke and Deane does have a higher landlord possession rate. There may be many reasons for that, and I haven't tried to peg it down to any one particular reason. What we know from more recent data is that the number of claims, landlord possession claims in court, has reduced, but what appears to be happening is that the number of those that are going to warrant and outright possession has stayed more or less the same, if not increased slightly. But as to pinning down a precise reason for that, I'm afraid I can't say.
A sort of point to Test Valley, which is, I suppose, if you can compare one with us, and theirs is 3.3, and I think, you know, as I would like us to pick up this as an issue, and that we ask H&E to look at that as a piece of work. I think it's absolutely alarming. But what I also would ask, Diane, is that figure in relation to Basingstoke related to the changes in the welfare benefit where people get now, the landlord doesn't receive the housing benefit direct? And I know of landlords in my own ward where they actually have given evictions because it's being paid direct to the tenant and not to them. Would that be one of the reasons?
In preparation for this work, we I think it was about this time last year, or maybe a bit earlier than that, we did a survey of letting agents. I think that's something that we need to do again, and I think that's something we would need to raise with them. It relates to whole market intelligence as well as the data and the affordability issue. It relates to having intelligence about the whole of the market. Private sector is included in that. I know that landlord possession claims, the increase was signalled in the data earlier than this current round of welfare reforms, so I wouldn't necessarily like to say that that increase was as a result of the welfare reforms. I think it probably started to appear much earlier. I would, remembering back when we analysed the time series, I think it was around about 2008 when it started to escalate, which would fit in with the recession time. Yeah. Yes, 2008. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. But that is something we can definitely pick up when we go back out to the private rented sector again.
On page 141, it talks about the number of and percentage of households living in the private rented sector. So if you look at Basingstoke, we have 10.8% of the population living in private sector. If that is going to be an option, and if we look at people being housed into the private sector as an option, and more people are being pushed into that because we're not building affordable housing, it picks up on my point. My concern is that we're seeing the increase in the number of evictions. Just picking up that as a point, is that something that we need to be concerned about in relation to the percentage of people in the private sector?
I think that issue is something that the housing strategy has already picked up in relation to rent bonds and other initiatives which open up the private rented sector to households who come to us for housing support. I can't remember the figures offhand, but I know that within the housing strategy there are a number of initiatives to open up the private rented sector. So yes, I think the response is already underway for that.
In relation to what you talked about on page 181, which is the reasonable preference, if you're looking at category up on the presentation there, if you're looking at band 4, and you said that they would only meet one of those reasonable preferences, whereas in the top one, or in 2, it would be all of them. Is that the case? Or only in... Sorry.
What I said, generally speaking, those in band 4 are likely to only have, I don't want to use the word only, but you know what I mean, are to qualify for reasonable preference under one of the reasonable preference criteria. It is more likely that households in bands 1 to 3 will qualify under many, 2 or more, and that's the difference.
So in that scenario, and if you look at what those things could be under band 4, if we're not going to be able to accommodate those through that number, so band 4 is 329 is required after relets, and we've already said... All right, okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, well that's even more important then. So in relation to band 4, we're going to have to accommodate 1,109 people. Did you want to come back? Sorry.
Yes, that's true if we assume that that the basis for the housing needs assessment calculation is the basis that we want to accept. And it goes back to the original underlying assumptions for the housing need assessment, in that you have the arising housing need and new household formation, and current need is cleared within 5 years. As I say, the housing needs-led housing model will always look at the clearing of your current caseload within 5 years, and also dealing with the rising need at the time it arises. And that can lead to a higher number, and it needs to be qualified. There may be constraints, and the question is, what are those constraints and how we deal with them?
So it could mean that someone in band 4, which is at number 2, could be, in relation to reasonable preference, occupying overcrowded housing and be expected to stay in overcrowded housing for more than 5 years, or it could be one of these other conditions here in relation. It could have a medical or welfare grounds why their housing isn't suitable, and will have to stay in that property for more than 5 years if it's just one of those reasonable preferences. Is that possible?
The housing needs model calculates the housing of households over 5 years. Yes, that's true. However, through the choice-based lettings system, properties are coming up. The 600, the 500 relets, 528 properties came through CBL in the last financial year, and 15% of those properties did go to households in band 4. This isn't saying that if we go with HNA1, we will never house anybody in band 4. It is simply giving a quantum of housing that if we build 271 units, then this is the proportion of the housing register in band terms that we might be able to house in those units. But there are about 15% of lettings every year do go to band 4. So assuming a HNA1 is the housing needs assessment of choice, that doesn't necessarily mean that we would never house any band 4 people.
Is that this year, as demand gets greater, will that be 15% regardless, or will that drop, that figure? Will we see through choice-based letting a 15% from band 4 always housed?
It depends on the properties that come through, how they're suitably matched to people on the housing register, the priority given to those people on the housing register through the allocations policy. Yes.
I have other questions, but I'm going to give other people a chance and I'll come back.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. I've probably lost track. Just a question about affordability. On page 70, I'm going to be a bit slow finding my way through here. On page 70, the table in the top half of the page, wait till you get there, says percentage of borough households requiring tenure. I wasn't sure what that meant. When I actually then looked at some source data on page 103, I'm sorry to bounce around, but that's how you have to do it. There's a table, or there's a chart that shows a page, actually on page 102. There's a chart that shows households by income band. That's all households in the borough. Households by income band, all population, the blue. And I added up approximately the blues, and they came to 55%, which is the number shown under owner occupation. And it's not clear to me how we're deriving. I mean, are we saying that there are unhoused people who want to, there are 55% of people who are unhoused or badly housed want owner occupation because it's sheer chance then, if so, that the percentage of household by income bands that actually have over 35,000 is the same percentage. And I'm just wondering if somebody's simply taken the percentage of households that are over 35,000 and put them under a heading saying requiring tenure. I mean, if it's confusing to you, don't bother with the answer because we just need to look it up.
What this table on page 70 is, it's setting the affordability thresholds, which we then apply to the arising housing needs in the housing needs assessment. And this is looking at, it's using the existing income profile of the existing population to assess for new households that are about to form whether they would be able to access private rented, intermediate rented, outright owned occupation, or whether they would have to have recourse to RSL properties. And so it's based on the affordability modelling that we've done elsewhere in the report, and it's saying based on that affordability modelling, and looking at the income levels of the general population, 24% of households that formed tomorrow would require social housing, or would be able to would need to be in social housing because they couldn't afford any other tenure, and then 55% would be able to afford outright own occupation.
It was that assumption that gave me pause for thought, because I'm wondering what sort of newly formed household it is that has an income over 35,000. I mean, newly formed household is when one of my children leaves home and marries, and we're saying that when, on average, people's children leave home and marry, they've got an income of over 35,000. More than half of them. That's what I'm hearing. I may have misunderstood.
No, I don't think you have understood. No, sorry, I don't think you have misunderstood. My apologies. In just thinking back to the 2007 SHMA report.
Well, I disagree with the way they're calculating this.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not necessarily. Yeah. No, I'm not necessarily referring back to all of that report. But the point that newly forming households may have lower than average incomes compared to the general population was made in the SHMA in 2007.
Which is what we do.
Yes, yeah. The update that will happen on for this particular table, which I should perhaps have mentioned, is that we have recently sourced new data that shows household incomes by age. What we'll be able to do is then refine this this table and show what the income differentials are between newly forming households and existing households, and that will allow us to adapt this table to take into account exactly that point that you're making. But at the moment, because we haven't got that, yes, the assumption is that owner occupation, the affordability modelling shows that owner occupation will kick in around 35,000, and therefore it could potentially exclude 45% of the population. But yes, it does need some refining, and we're bearing that in mind when we get new data, and that'll be very useful.
Yes, just to explain my concern, because it may seem like nitpicking, and I don't think it is. When we last looked at a similar set of figures, might be exactly these figures for all I can say, there was a conflation between, if that's the right word, the average household incomes in the borough and the need for housing, which has no connection with it because, for example, a pensioner who owns their own home outright might well have an income of below 25,000. Right? Whereas somebody who's no home at all is renting somewhere, may have no aspiration to own occupation now or and I know people who rent because that's what they choose to do, it's the lifestyle thing, may have an income of 100,000 a year. And I think in making any table like this, we have to be very careful with our headings and have footnotes that say exactly what is this saying. Because I don't think it can be an accident that the 55% owner occupation at 35,000 happens to be the same as the overall population of the borough. 55% of households happen to have over 35,000 of existing households. But that's not what the table appears to say, and I think last time around the schma mixed the two up in a very misleading way. So going on then to and this is a quite different question. It's going in a slightly different direction. We're using statistics, or we're using estimates based on trend and so forth. Are we, and it's a similar question to what Laura was asking with a slightly different emphasis, are we taking into account or making any assumptions based upon what we anticipate to be the future effect of policy? So, for example, if Joe Bloggs and Mrs. Bloggs had the idea of getting into, let's say, social housing, and new rules come in, some of those rules may be designed to inhibit them from wanting to do social housing and encourage them to do something else. Or Fred, his friend George and his friends Harry might aspire as single persons to have a flat on the register, but policy might encourage them to go into shared accommodation, which a lot of us did in our youth. And are we making any, or we plan to make any assumptions about the outcomes of those sorts of policies? Or are we simply saying, well, it might go this way, it might go that way, it might go the other way? I have no view as to whether we should do one or the other. Just want to understand where we're coming from.
I think when the report was originally formulated, we were mindful of the possible effects of policy, especially in relation to welfare reform. Now the situation has moved on 12 months and we're actually seeing the effects of welfare reform. We know how we can start to gather evidence on how households might be responding, whether bidding patterns have changed through CBL, whether households on the housing register or for shared ownership or intermediate housing are making different choices to the choices they might have made 12 months ago. And that is something that I think is very important. It is one of those issues, along with private rented sector intelligence, housing market intelligence, the impact of choices that welfare reform and housing associated policies may have on what might happen in the next. I mean, obviously it's very difficult to conjecture, but it's something we have to not just have regard to, but to make some sort of informed comment on. When this document was originally drawn up, we were mindful of it. Now we're starting to collect the evidence that might lead us to say how things will change because of it.
Thank you for that. I'll come back to the point in discussion.
Councillor Peach.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a bunch of questions. So, page 63 of 229, 4.16. I just wanted to understand the very first sentence there, because in my mind I'm thinking, does this mean that the housing market in Basingstoke is less affected by inward migration? And so, if that's the case, that 90%, let's say, is a self-contained market, and we're saying the figure of 550 is the natural growth. I might be confusing everything here. It's the 550 figure, and we're only looking at 10% more to meet the inward migration. Is that? Am I confusing things?
The paragraph 416 is simply saying that looking at household moves based on the evidence that we've analysed, and looking at household moves within Basingstoke-and-Deane and also those moves from the borough to elsewhere and from elsewhere to the borough, the level of self-containment from those moves is around about 80 to 90%. So 80 to 90% of the moves that affect Basingstoke-and-Deane are self-generated movers from Basingstoke-and-Deane who are staying in Basingstoke-and-Deane. That's what that paragraph is saying. It's not making a connection with the 550 scenario that we saw last night. That connection is something that we need to pick. There's two ways that we're going to progress this. One is by looking at postcode mapping, which is something that I referred to in the presentation. The postcode mapping exercise is looking at all household moves within the intermediate sector around Hampshire. It's looking at all household moves within the housing register between Basingstoke-and-Deane and its neighbours, and assessing the extent of moves within the borough and to and from other districts, and also the amount of the number of self-generated moves we've got where people move within the borough to and from the borough. So that's what that one particular exercise. Following the report last night, we need to take the edge data and the migration assumptions in the scenarios that Dr. Peter Bowden was talking about, and check those migration patterns against what we're picking up from the postcode mapping. That's how the work will progress.
Thank you. Next question is... Okay, there was a discussion earlier about the amount of single people on the waiting list. And on page 71 of 229, it says single people from the largest household group on the register. Single people form the largest household group on the register, 2,900, accounting for 45% of the register, and nearly half of all general needs applicants, however, 81% of them are in housing need band 4. 2,000 people. So, trying to think how to put my question. How does that figure fit with the figures given in the reports we were discussing earlier around single people being identified as part of the housing need?
It means that within, for example, HNA1, there will be a different household mix to the household mix we might get in HNA2. Because HNA2, as you can see from the figures, the inclusion of band 4 reasonable preference makes a significant difference, and therefore if the number of single people in band 4 is significantly higher than the other bands, then there will be a difference in housing household mix within those two scenarios. And that's something else that we would need to bear in mind when we do look at housing mix issues, is that if households in a particular band are housed, then that will have a direct impact on the properties that they are going to likely need.
Thank you. And obviously, as you say, that would affect the actual type of household that we'll be aiming to build as well. Okay, so this is just a quick question. 75 of 229. Talking with the upper estimate, but I just wanted to clarify something. It says, however, housing needs scenarios that take account of housing need in band 4 will be heavily weighted towards social housing tenure. Do you mean what we would call affordable housing stroke everything and social altogether, or is that specifically looking at social rented?
That's making a distinction between intermediate housing, which includes shared ownership and other intermediate products, and RSL rented housing, which could include both social rented rent levels and affordable rented rent levels, if that answers the question.
Thank you. Again, some of these questions might be a bit dopey. You have to bear with me. On page 96-229, and you mentioned it in your briefing when you was giving us a rundown of the report, the EDGE report referred to using the census 2011 stats, but in here you've been unable to use them because they're not released. I just needed to clarify that in mind.
Yes, the first section of the report picks up the previous studies in the local plan evidence base and audits what they were saying and why they were saying it. The previous SHMARs and SHMARs for other neighbouring districts in terms of migration have relied very heavily on the census, and so all I've done in this section is audit what they've said, and according to the census how many people have moved from wherever to wherever. As I say, to bring this forward, we've got the postcode mapping exercise which I've talked about, the migration assumptions in the edge work, and also we will get census data on household moves towards the end of this year, which will give us another data set to reckon.
Thank you. Cheers. The next question really was around 99 of 229, and it says, because we're obviously basing our some of our future growth predictions with the periods 2007-8 to 2010-11, which probably seem one of the most, well, I think it's been presented as the worst recession since World War II, the end of World War II. So I know you've described how you would factor that out, but going forward, could you just elaborate for me on the precautions we would take of not relying too heavily on that period as an indication of rising housing need? Because it just strikes me as a bit of an unprecedented period, and it's not to say that we shouldn't be looking at meeting housing need. Obviously, that's what we're here for. But at the same token, we need to find a balance.
Yes, we do need to find a balance. That's why I've included the three different arising housing needs scenarios. So the average of the last 5 years, assuming that the last year in the 5 is going to be the level at which the rising need stays, or that it will increase. I'm afraid I can't predict any more beyond that. One thing that might be a good indication is the difference that makes in terms of the housing needs scenarios. So the difference between 271, which is the lower estimate, the difference between and then 5 and 6. So what difference it makes. Whatever we build in terms of new housing, whatever comes forward in terms of relets, we will be allowing for increase in some way, shape or form. But beyond that, I can't make a prediction. The only thing I will say is that because we are doing a rolling update of this every year, we will be able to signal whether what we're saying in these scenarios actually happens in the same way that we've done with relets. Because having got the New Year's relet data, I can now say, rolling forward the housing needs assessments for another year, I know what average I'm going to use.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I think that's really important. The element there is going to be a rolling update on this, So thank you for making that point clear. I just wanted to pick up on a point earlier made with regards to landlord evictions on page 105 of 229. And it was just a comment that come out of those questions, and I was just thinking, when we look at page 107 of 229, where have I gone to? Yeah, the bottom there, it mentions that the landlords were seeking eviction on the mandatory section 8 of the Housing Act. I'm just wondering whether that would indicate that most of these evictions are by private landlords as opposed to housing associations, because they have a tendency not to lean on that.
I can't comment on that specifically tonight, but I will get back to you.
Thanks. Right. So I'm just flicking through these as things have been answered already. Okay, it just mentioned landlord evictions, I think. I'm not sure it said specifically private, did it?
Do the members want that to come back to all members, that particular question? Yeah, I get a sense that probably that clarification. You happy with the question to distribute to all members? Thanks very much.
Where was I now? page 122 of 229. Talking about affordable rents versus social rents, well, not really versus, but how it's evolving and changing in these graphs, and how sometimes there's a bigger gap and a smaller gap. And what I was wondering is, as the future goes forward, I know it's hard to predict everything, but obviously landlords over a period of time, clearly by these graphs, have been increasing their rents under permitted rules that they're able to do that. And some of these are actually getting really close to the 80% affordable rent anyway. So do we have an idea of at what point in future, by natural progression anyway, we would be at affordable rents?
That's really difficult to answer because the housing market in which we operate, well, let me go back. Affordable rents will be set at 80% of the market rent within the locality, and that means different localities in the borough, we will get different levels of market rent, and it is entirely possible that we will get a social rent that is higher than an affordable rent, depending on where in the borough the property is. For that reason, yes, I find it very difficult to make the distinction between social rents and affordable rents, and I have chosen not to in this particular report. It's over time, if affordable rents are pegged at 80%, and they can be pegged at up to 80%, it doesn't have to be 80% exactly, and the market increases, then the assumption is that the affordable rent will also increase. Having said that, looking at private rent increases over the last 2 years, there hasn't necessarily been a significant increase across all of the property types. It may be that there will be the effect of supply and demand in particular areas. It may be that there will be an effect of where a rent has reached its natural point, and it won't necessarily go any higher. All we can do, I think, is just track what's coming through in terms of new RSL property rents as they come into us through choice-based letting, what's happening in the market, and signal any change early enough to come back to this committee and to be reported where it needs to be reported. So again, I think it comes back to monitoring, and I can't answer the question, say, rents will have reached a ceiling by X, because I can't do that.
Thank you for that. I just think it's important to sort of distinguish, that fact that everything is moving constantly and will continue to move, and perhaps I think the key thing is, whether it's affordable rents or social rents, that somehow we try and, if there's a way we can manage it so that things are affordable, the rent's going to be the rent. And
Is the bottom axis the months or the weeks of the period? Because there's no indication what that is. And I'm not clear I understand the charts where the affordable rent suddenly stops. Could you explain what the chart is doing?
The charts show the range of rent levels, either at social rent or affordable rent, that have come through the choice-based letting system. Each column represents one property. So, for example, looking at which graph are you looking at? Yeah. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 2. Right. Each of the purple columns represent one property and show the rent level for that property. So, for example, affordable rent levels started at £120 a week and went up to over £180 a week. So it's a distribution. Yes. No, it's in order of rent level. It's put in order of rent level. It's not related to a time period. It's looking over the entire time period and showing what the distribution of rent levels was in that particular time period. That's okay. Oh, sorry.
In case anybody else is looking at this. I was trying to understand why the affordables, there are fewer of them. There have been fewer of them. And so the column, any particular column where there's an affordable and a social, the two have nothing to do with each other. Because the property, one property came in at a social rent, and it so happens another property some other time came in. I mean, I just comment that it's a very difficult chart for the non-technical to actually understand what's going on unless you make some more commentary about how to read the chart, or maybe separate them out, because I was looking to see what the relationship was, and there isn't one, is there?
Sorry, yes, I do take that point. I will improve the labelling of them. It shows a distribution of properties that have come through choice-based lettings, and it shows how the social rents and the affordable rents compare. But I will improve the labelling of them. It's just a distribution of properties.
Well, actually, it doesn't unless it's...
Okay.
So, I mean,
Okay. I will make sure it's clear.
I'm now beginning to quarrel with whether it's a meaningful chart. So let's not go there.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks. I'm going to ask this question anyway. I know you've told me plenty of times that essentially we don't have a crystal ball, so we can't predict everything, and I absolutely appreciate that. But when we was talking earlier from Councillor James's discussion on page 198 of 229 about lettings, I think we'd said there was potentially, from the latest figures, 483 relets, including transfers and everything else. And what I'm thinking is, obviously that figure's revised, and whether we see the impact of welfare reform and under occupancy charges encouraging people to move more, perhaps. So that drives that relet figure upwards. Well, going round the wrong way here. But has there been any, I'm assuming because this document will be revised, then we'll be able to update that analysis and question, perhaps, even at this point, our housing providers to understand what they think the impact's going to be.
Yes, I think in terms of welfare reform, we may see a desire for households to move to smaller properties if they're under occupying, but then again an anxiety about moving in the first place if the tenure and the rent level is going to change, and so I can't answer your question tonight. Yes, it will be covered in the update. It's entirely likely there's another issue as well behind the relets, in that if there are fewer new build properties in the first place, then that can inhibit the movement through the stock. And that's something I also think we're seeing. But what you've just described is exactly the sort of analysis that we'll be doing to try and understand what is prohibiting the movement and what different influences there are within that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask Dan, I've lost my page for my first question. I'm trying to find the page that was related to the changing shape of the stock from pensioners to working age population. And what it showed, I was reading, was that on that page it was telling us that the shift to nearly 60% of working age compared to a third of pensioners, quite significantly different from where it was in 2006 and 7. If you can help.
That was in the housing benefit caseload analysis, I think.
So on that basis, and I'm trying to join the dots here, would it be right for me to assume that in terms of the benefit workload and the caseload, what we're seeing is an increasing demand from people who are in work but cannot make ends meet and are looking for other supplementary incomes, housing benefit, council tax benefit, and so on, in order to maintain their property, if you like. And I'm looking at that then from the point of view that the overall workload, what that shows us is 68% from where it used to be, which was about 50-odd%, wasn't it? It was about 55%. So we're seeing an increasing number of working age people who are in need of supplemental support for their income. Is that reasonable from that data?
That's what the data indicates, yes, that the number of applicants who are of working age, who are applying for and who qualify for help with their rent is increasing.
Thank you. Fair point, but it's an important point in terms of what we're providing and how we take it forward. Can I ask, on page 76, we've got the table there in the middle of the page that talks about migration and household movements, and again it picks up the point about, if I've got it right, it says 87%, roughly 86%, so 87% in Basingstoke is a self-contained market in the urban area, and 83% in the rural area, which I thought was an interesting statistic, that the rural area is less cohesive than the urban area, which is an interesting point in terms of the market. And then if you go to page 90, you've got your ins and your outs, you've got your various figures of inward and outward migration coming in and out of the borough. That is the whole population, isn't it? I'm looking at that from a point of view of it's a cohesive housing market based upon the whole. It's not just the social sector that we're looking at, it is the whole, isn't it?
Any the census migration data from any of the strategic housing market assessments, yes, it will cover the whole population. Could you refer me back to the first table that you mentioned, please?
On 76, what it's telling me, if I've understood it right, is that within Basingstoke, as in the urban centres, show a high level of self-containment, that's 87%. And then the rural one, I'm picking it out of the paragraph below, suggested it was 83%. If I got that right in terms of the other figure, but the 87% was important in comparison to other centres. There's a very strong, cohesive market, self-contained market in our borough. That's what I'm looking to take away as an evidence base.
Yes, that last statement I would completely agree with. There is a slight difference between the table on page 76 and the degree of self-containment in the rural area, in that the table refers to the census, which is obviously going to be whole market, and the declarations of people who filled in the census form that said they had moved in the preceding year. The 83%, which relates to the rural area, is from the rural housing study, and that data is based on the survey. If you remember, the rural housing study calculated all of its outputs based on the survey that it conducted, about 4,000 responses, I think. So that 83% it's difference in statistics. Yes, just to point that out.
Thank you. That's really important that we get So what I'll take away from that is that the 87% figure is reliable, and the 83% we need to take with a pinch of salt. Appreciate that. I just wanted to pick up the point you were talking about in terms of delivery within 5 years, and the comment about band 4 and 15% and so on. Would I be right in drawing a conclusion from that in the context in which you set it, the expectation would be that 85% that are left in band 4 are unlikely to find the social housing provision out of the 271 any figures in the context of where you're taking it? There's going to be a significant proportion of that band 4 which are just simply not catered for in the context of, they'll be looking for other options in essence, aren't they? They're being forced into looking for other options, but they will not be catered for in this sense, even if they had a reasonable preference, just one of the categories. Is that a reasonable conclusion to draw from what you were saying?
I think there's two elements in there. One is, yes, 15% of lettings will go to households in band 4. The housing needs assessment, that sets the number, say 271, 302, 329, in context with the overall housing register profile. So yes, it is based on the number of households in bands 1 to 3, then adding in those in reasonable preference. There is obviously a direct link between the number 271 and the fact that it's based on a calculation that does not include the band 4 households. So yes, you could argue that 271 does not make allowance for band 4 households. That's what I've said. But the housing of those households will come through choice-based lettings. So I think there's a difference between the theoretical construct of the housing needs assessment, which says if you build X, then this is the proportion and profile of the housing register that you are likely to cater for by building X. Whereas the allowance and the matching of housing and the housing register will be enabled through choice-based lettings.
Well, my point as well is, and this is the bit relates to the relets, if we're seeing a trend of falling relets because of a variety of reasons, the welfare reforms and the rest of it all being associated, then what you're potentially seeing is less movement of your relets, less movement in the stock, less opportunity through CBL. Therefore, those on the list, you're talking about your 5 years, those others are likely to have to wait a significantly longer period. And I do pick out, your 1109 figure in the context of the higher end, and then the 271 being your absolute baseline. So what we're actually seeing, potentially, and this is the important point, potentially, is relets seeing less stock moving, people's trapped on the register in band 4 for a lot longer because the stock levels just aren't there. The opportunities and the other products that may be out there on the market aren't there to give them a route out of where they are. And they might be sofa surfing, they might be a variety of all those conditions that you've raised under the Act. They may have just one preference. Is that reasonable in that sense? Again, am I picking out the right conclusions, if you like?
Yes.
On 73, page 73, and again, I'm trying to piece the evidence because the report is superb, but I'm trying to pick the bits together and add it together so I get the conclusion. The tables there are really important, I think, in giving us the two examples, the housing needs and the upper estimate and the lower. But what I'm trying to understand is how that relates to the affordability evidence that you've got in here. Because you've got so much in here that's talking about what people can afford, as opposed to just the tenures that are, if you like, designed through social rent or affordable rent. So do those two tables account for, and can I read into them, the affordability data that goes with that? For example, the 15,000 average that you've got.
Yes, the affordability testing is used in two ways throughout the report. One is in looking at the percentage of the population, as we've talked about earlier, that may be able to afford different types of tenure. And I know we've had the discussion about that. The affordability testing comes into its own in HNA 7 and 8. Up until HNA 7 and 8, we have taken a rising housing need, because that's where the affordability issue comes in. The existing caseload on the housing register have already, through their incomes, been deemed to require social rented housing. But it's the arising housing need that will be affordability tested. In HNA 7 and 8, it applies the affordability testing to not just the arising household need that the register says we are likely to get, but to new household formation in the rest of the population, which is the link between the housing needs assessment and also the edge work. So that's where the affordability testing comes in. It comes into its own on 7 and 8, but not necessarily in the others, although it is a thread that runs through the whole.
No, thank you. That'll help me in the moment, I think, as I work through these other questions, if that's okay, to get my head right on this. In terms of 68, I wanted to pick out, if it was possible, page 68. And again, it's the affordability bit and the accessibility bit. Was the bottom of the page, and it was the entry price bit. The lower quartile 2-bed property would be affordable to just 7% of single people on the register, 48% of couples, and 29% of families. And what I'm trying to relate to in my head is, against the cross-referencing bit, if you then go to what you were suggesting on the rents and the affordable and the social rent. And again, it's that shift, isn't it? Page 104 has got it in terms of the table, and I think that's probably the most expressive, the best visual example of it, in terms of the split in the table between what can be afforded by a certain proportion of the population and what can be afforded by another proportion of the population. And then what I'm trying to do is overlap that with the actual rents information, the direction of travel that Councillor Peach was going down, which was, this is what the affordable rent is, this is the direction of travel of social rent. And the conclusion that I'm coming to is that a significant proportion of the housing register, on the basis of what you're saying, regardless of whether it is social rent or affordable rent, cannot afford those models because their starting point, the starting point for social rent on one of the pages was £78 for a one bed. So you're right at the top of the ability of a lot of the proportion of those people on the register to afford that. So in my mind, from a product point of view, are we saying, is it reasonable to draw the conclusion that social rent and affordable rent are becoming unaffordable for a significant proportion of our register?
No, I don't think we could draw that conclusion. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to go, and the it's housing benefit that has to come into the equation. It won't come into the equation for the affordability modelling in the purest form with the housing needs assessment, because to add in another assumption that we're going to look at different household types in the housing needs assessment and assume housing benefit entitlement would be one assumption too far, I think. So in terms of the affordability modelling for the housing needs assessment, housing benefit isn't taken into account, but one of the pieces of work that this has focused on is the effective housing benefit and how that brings social rent, affordable rent, whatever rent, how that makes that more affordable and how it helps people to pay their rents. So no, I couldn't necessarily say that social rent and affordable rent are becoming unaffordable because housing benefit is in place to make them affordable and to make them manageable.
Thank you, because that puts to my point that if the differential is because of wages and because of where people are at to where the rents are, the pressure that places on the housing benefit pot is huge. Therefore, I would imagine that correlates to the increase, the quite significant increase in housing benefit, overall housing benefit that we're seeing, because we're needing more of it to pay for more of the rent. And in the context of what we do with the council tax benefit, or the now council tax discount scheme, that becomes even more critical, because if I relate it back to the other piece of information you're showing us, more of that is a working age population needed. More of the working age population are in, if you like, requirement of that to top up their income in order to access the social housing that you're describing. And again, would that be unreasonable? Am I understanding that right?
Because I haven't got the overall housing benefit expenditure figures, I can't back that up and I can't comment on it, I'm afraid.
That's fair. Our housing colleague gave us a paper at one of the other committees where it did say significant, massive increase in the housing benefit bill. So I'm looking at the two. And seeing through. My fifth question, really, one of the issues that we've got in Basingstoke, very significant, and I haven't seen anything in the report that relates to this, and maybe it's a piece of work that needs to be done outside of this, but again, it's about accessibility and affordability. We have one of the highest levels of debt and credit issues in the borough, of any borough in the country. We have really serious debt issues. A significant proportion of that is held by people who are on the register. Their ability to access, just as other proportions are in the rest of the population, but nonetheless their ability then to access housing is limited. Because if you have a county court judgment, or you have, for example, any impediment, one, private landlords, but also social landlords, have issues with accepting you for housing. So what I haven't seen is any factoring of, in terms of accessibility and affordability of that issue into this. It may not be a piece of work for here, but it's an important piece of work perhaps for housing and environment to pick up on, because in casework terms, that's stopping people accessing housing that we're creating and being built. So it needs to be picked up somewhere. If I could feed that into the system, I know Karen's taking notes there, but it is important, to say the least. Do you want to come back?
Ask
Very
Paul
quickly, Councillor.
where I can find the source for this information.
It's directly from casework, Harris. It's directly from the implications of what is coming through. Oh,
CAB.
Yeah, the CAB. Sorry, forgive me, the CAB's annual report,
And there's
very, very
there
clear.
is a national,
The CAB are very good on this, yeah.
but we can get it.
Yeah, we can get it. But it is the CAB, particularly in terms of it. The one that stands out is it's the national point, rather than even a southeast or regional point that struck us as being quite important. I've covered the work and the relets bit in terms of the figures. I mean, in terms of trend data, are we able to draw more definitive conclusions of the direction of travel on relets? And will you have that data in time for EIP? Purely from a point of view of if it is coming through like you said it was in terms of 2012-13, I think that's a really important piece of evidence for any strategy going forward.
I think as the monitoring we did mid-year, partway through 2012-13, to pick up the fact that it was likely to happen, shows that it is worth doing that again partway through this current year to just see if that's going to be the case for next year. So yes, certainly before EIP, we would be able to say that if we do the HNA again next year, this is what we're expecting to see in terms of relets. I think that's actually fundamental.
Thank you. I totally agree. I think that's really important. Just in terms of the evidence base, maybe this is also a question for Andrew as well. All the issues to do with viability and all the issues to do with developers trying to get out of their Section 106 agreements and, in a sense, challenge the authority. This evidence base that you've created, because it is so detailed and because it is really based on factual evidence, it's got a ton of really important figures in here. Will this arm us? Can we use this in those cases, for example, on Sherfield Park, when a developer comes along and says, thank you very much, but I'm not going to deliver the 106 agreement? Because I see this as being directly relevant to that. And with the bigger applications coming through now, the amount of affordable housing we get out of those will be absolutely critical, I think.
I mean, as you know, viability testing is the key component of the planning system now, and if it's going to stop development happening, then viability is a key issue, particularly on affordable housing, etc. This obviously sets out evidence of need and how we would interplay that into the local plan. But viability is an equally important issue in the eyes of the MPPF and the government. So it's balancing those two, and I think you've got lots of information in here which is really aimed at setting out what our housing need is from a affordable perspective. Developers will be looking at what they can achieve on their site and what's affordable to them, and we as a planning authority have to take that into consideration in our determination of planning applications.
Thank you, that's important. I mean, there are some quite interesting approaches being taken by other authorities defending the line, and I think some of the experiences in London is quite interesting because they've obviously been some of the very first authorities that have had to face developers pulling the rug from under the Section 106s, and so the legal backdrop to that I think is very interesting, of how you defend the line on these issues to a developer that would seek to do that. And I'm thinking of the Lamberts, the Islingtons and the Hammersmiths of this world, where the affordable housing issues have been quite significant. And I know other colleagues have got experience of that from different perspectives. So I would like, and I would suggest as maybe something to take forward from this committee, that this evidence points us in a particular direction when we get round to talking about that in a few meetings' time. I'd hate to see us give up the ghost and put up the white flag just for the sake of the MPPF telling us viability is this, when we know our need is that. We've got a duty to our residents, and I'd much rather draw the line in their favour. Thinking how we might do that and the legal implications of that. So if Andrew could capture that, I'd appreciate thoughts going into that debate when you get that far. I think I've covered page 99. I was just looking on the actual levels there, and the bit that stuck out to me again was the increase in the number of people in private rented accommodation who are now in need of or need support of housing benefit and council tax benefit to make the difference on affordability. And again, I guess it's the private rented increase and the private rents increase. I'm right, I'm looking at this 21.8% increase from RSL claimants and the 866 increase in tenants in private rented. And it says 99, forgive me. No, No, not at all. This is my last question. This is my last question. You shoot too soon, Horace. Shoot too soon. The increase in percentage in terms of private renters of 91.7%. Am I looking at that from the reflection that we've simply doubled the rented sector in Basingstoke?
Yes, that's looking at the increase related to an earlier point, 2007-8. That in percentage terms, it's a 91% increase. And in actual terms, it's an increase from around about 900 to about 1800.
But the actual caseload increase then, so the consequent private renters as a percentage of total caseload has gone up from 10 to 17%. I was looking at the graph below. Yeah, that's the context. It's the context in which it's set, because what it's, again, it's the comparison between where the social and the affordable rents are and where the private rents are that I'm trying to draw and get to.
Yes, that's reasonable.
Right, members, I'd just like to remind you that the element of, as I understand, the element of this paper, which is a draft, and you've heard that there's much more evidence coming down the pipe, and it will be update the paper. We need to look at it in the Planning and Infrastructure Committee, because there's lots of mentions of maybe that should go to H&E, maybe that should go to H&E. The H&E question should be raised with H&E. We've got to concentrate on some numbers and the scenarios that we've been asked to look at in this particular paper. We're less than an hour away of standing orders. We need a debate. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more speakers, questions to the officers. If we go into all this detail, we are going to be extending this meeting tonight to quite late. I leave it up to the committee because we're looking at information and looking at the statistics, how the statistics were arrived at, and how they're interpreted. Now, I don't know if this is the right way to describe it, but this is a snapshot as of the information you've got available at the moment. Is that right? So this paper will be updated. Now, as far as I know, in 15 months' time, we could be looking at different sets of statistics, but what we've been asked to do is have a look of how this is going to affect housing numbers. And as we agreed last night, we were going to have a look at this paper, and hopefully at the end of the evening, we've got a number, as of what we agreed last night, to go back to the portfolio holder. Now, I'm going to call a 5-minute comfort break, back here at 8:45. Excuse me? Okay. A 5-minute comfort break, grab a coffee, do what you need to do, back here at 8:45. I'll pick up where I left off, and Councillor Cubitt's going to be the next speaker. Okay. All right. Well, they put their hand up and call for questions. I've got Councillor Cubitt, Councillor Gardner, Councillor Shaw, and Councillor Mr. James. Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Cubitt.
Yes. First one.
All questions.
These are all questions to the officers. Right. We'll pick it up in 5 minutes. That's all I could know. No, I said I've got 4 people. There we go. Oh, Councillor Taylor. Yes. That's where I'm drawing the line. I think we're doing all right, but as I said, it's variable day. Right, members, if we can reconvene, and Councillor Cubitt, you have the floor.
Thank you. Just very, very quickly, the age, on page 71, you made a reference, I think it's to do with HN2. The register that is band 4 that ups the numbers significantly. Do we have an age profile?
Yes, we do have an age profile. I'm afraid I haven't got it with me tonight, but I can provide it tomorrow.
Would it be fair to say that predominantly that's a younger group? The spike is predominantly as a result of the younger age group?
Again, I would have to check. I can feed that back tomorrow.
And then just on the landlord possessions table, if you are going to do a study of work, I think that the most interesting thing would be to see you made a reference to postcodes and type of, because it's so out of kilter. It would suggest to me that there is a certain property in a certain location, but I might be wrong, and I might be presuming far too much, as opposed to it being widespread over the whole borough.
Sorry, in terms of landlord possessions, the spike where?
The fact that our borough's got such a high percentage of landlord possessions, I'd like, personally, for it to be meaningful in terms of formulating policy on how to deal with it, because it's rather worrying that it's so high. I would like, firstly, to know where are the predominant possessions taking place and what type of properties they are.
Yep. Okay, I'll have to do further work on that, but I will feed back. Yes. Yes. Yep, I understand.
Just two other quick questions. I might have missed it, but on the welfare, you suggest the relets might reduce, and I think you've intimated, or maybe I heard that it was Councillor Harvey and Councillor James that intimated that will be as a direct result of welfare reforms. And just in one sentence, which part of the welfare reforms is that which you believe will reduce the relets? Because I perversely had thought that the rationale for this new this reduction in the benefits for the number of bedrooms was to, in fact, increase the turnover, not reduce the turnover.
I think that welfare reform might only be part of the reason for the reduction in relets. I think a significant part of the reason for the reduction in relets is the fact that there is less mobility moving through the housing stock because there are fewer new homes being built. I think welfare reform may impact either in increasing the number of relets if households are making the decision that they are going to move because of the under-occupation charge, but then that has to be evaluated against any elements of welfare reform that might prevent people from moving. For example, if their security of tenure changes, or they have a rent increase when they move into a new property. So I think we need to understand more about that.
Yes, but you see, it's very, I completely agree with your answers, but it does show that and I understand why the fact that we haven't gotten enough new builds at the moment, but we're at such a state of flux that we could see very different relet stats than that which you're factoring in the current environment, if the government's got it right. And they believe that their welfare reform is actually going to stimulate more turnover, not less.
Yes, I understand the point you're making exactly. We need to do more work in understanding why relets are decreasing and the effect of welfare reform on top of that, and as part of that, yes.
How long will it take for that to feed in to see what impact it will have?
We will have to do that as part of the annual review. As I said, the base data in the report is now due for update. We've already carried out a very broad brush update. Some of the data I've been able to feed back to you, to this committee tonight. And we need to look more at the relets in order to inform the new update, which is being undertaken in the next few months.
Just one final question, and it might be very stupid, but the RSL increase hike of 44% versus salary mean increase of 22%. What are the drivers for the RSL's hike in charges over the same period when compared with private sector salary increases?
I wouldn't want to comment without the RSL's being party to that comment or feeding into that comment. Over the period, obviously, their own management costs and various other costs will increase. I don't think that the increase in RSL rents that we're seeing in Basingstoke and Dean is untypical. I think it's being seen in other areas of the country as well, as is the slowdown in the increase of wage levels and household incomes. I don't think it's unusual to Basingstoke and Dean at all.
No, but the corresponding rental in the private market hasn't gone up anywhere near 44%, and in fact, in some of the markets, I understand it's gone down. So we've got this scenario where the private sector wage salary is not going up. We've got private sector rentals going down or staying pretty flatlining, and we've got RSL since 2007 rocketing by 44%. Is that correct summary?
I can give you from my recollection why this might be, but I would like to confirm it tomorrow, so we'll get it sent out, checked and sent out tomorrow. But my recollection is that the way that registered landlords set their rent is based on, I think it's RPI plus 1%, and that's on a set date every year, so it's whatever RPI is. I think it's September time, and I'm pretty sure that in some of the years recently, RPI in that date in September has been very high. So, for example, I think one year it went up by 9%, when pay rises were probably at that same time being frozen, were on the whole being frozen. So I think that's probably the reason why you're seeing the difference. And that's a formula which is applied, as I understand it, right across the RSL sector. But I would like to check that out.
One supplementary, do we have the ability to individually as boroughs, because it's a product we're buying, because it was effectively contracted out, to negotiate those rates? Or is it absolutely a state down government?
Just to confirm, it's the RSLs. We have no power over that at all.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did suggest I only have two questions. I've actually got three, but the first one's going to be very short. In terms of the re-rent reduction, as I'm the representative on the Sentinel board, one of the reasons that they're finding a change to the relets is because people are living longer and they're not dying, and properties aren't becoming vacant, and that is an ongoing trend. Right. Now, my first question was on the schedule up there. HN3 bands 1 to 3, HN7 band 1 to 3 plus a rising need at 730 households per year, and the number went down. I couldn't understand why that was a lower number.
I'll have to check the detail of the housing needs assessments to answer that. Which what was it? It was HN3 and HN7. Yes. Sorry.
HN7 is HN3 plus, yet it's a lower number.
I will have to check the exact details in the documents. Do you want me to? We'll confirm that tomorrow. Yeah.
And the second question on page 66, bottom paragraph. Housing need in Basingstoke and Dean is indicated by increasing numbers of households in receipt of housing and council tax benefits. Surely that's a measure of affordability, because if you have got housing benefit, presumably you're in a house.
Yes, that statement about housing need is indicated by housing benefits is picking up on some commentators who have not necessarily included the housing benefit caseload in the housing needs assessment, but have said that housing need can be indicated by unsuitable accommodation, or it can be indicated by an inability to afford the rent, and that's where that statement comes from. It's another indication of the fact that households are in housing need because they cannot afford to pay the rent without help. That's the distinction between that statement and the housing needs assessment.
I understand that. Is that actually a requirement for additional housing or alternative housing?
No, it's not. It's an indication. It's another way of tracking the trends in housing need if you assume that housing need is indicated by applications for housing benefit. It's not housing need for a unit, but it is expressing housing need on affordability grounds. There is a distinction. I can make that clear in the document if it's not. Okay.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. One thing just to help with Councillor Cubitt's question just now is that really what fundamentally drives the increase in housing association rents is the level of subsidy, and there's a basically 30-year trend of public subsidy for house building by housing associations going down, and that is fundamentally what drives the increase in rents over time. My question is really related to the issue of sort of a rising need. And we've got the table on page 58 of 229 of the officer report, which lists the various scenarios and, some of the major differences are from, the different assumptions calculations you make of a rising need. I may have missed it, but is there a more detailed breakdown of when we've used these figures of sort of the rising need average over the last 5 years, and the rising need at the 2011 rate, and then continuing the 5-year trend over the next 5 years, is there a sort of breakdown that shows the sort of levels of the year by year levels of a rising need for that last 5 years as an example?
The most detailed breakdown is right at the back of the document. Which shows each of the housing needs assessments, the 8 housing needs assessment, broken down into their component parts. This level of detail is informed by certain points within the report, which I can point out if that would be helpful, where the analysis leads to a figure that then goes into the housing needs assessments, and I can point that out where those particular steps are. Yeah. The first, the data for the intermediate part of the housing needs assessment is on page 172, and the figures on page 172 relate directly to the housing needs assessments. And then the current need on housing register, that is summarised at page 180. The rising need for the housing register is summarised at 187. Housing supply at page 192. And then the relets at page 197, and those boxes on those particular pages feed directly into the housing needs assessment detail.
Councillor Mrs. James, and that's the last speaker.
Thank you. Before I ask my questions, one of the points that I'd like to raise with you, Chair, is that item 10 of the agenda talks about referrals from other committees or the council. And I really think that if we're going to do any quality work as a committee here, we should be able to refer things to other committees. And like tonight, we've picked up on a couple of issues that we think is really relevant. And I think it's important that we get into doing that, that we actually refer things that we would like, for example, housing and environment to look at, or any other overview to look at. And I think it should be good practice that we start to consider what, if we're going to just look at policy and we're going to look at informing things, that we actually do that. But in my question is, following on from Councillor Peach on page 106, sorry. And I suppose I just looked at that graph on 106, meaning it to be private landlords. And I didn't assume, wrongly I suppose, I didn't assume it would be RSLs. So if we could have, Diane, if we could have a breakdown of that figure for Basingstoke and what percentage of those are RSLs. And I don't know whether you have it in relation to RSLs, a breakdown of each RSL as to what their figure is and what that trend is. I think it would be useful to see.
In order to get that data, I'll probably have to go direct to the data provider, the Ministry of Justice. But yes, I will try and do that and get the information to you.
And the other question is in relation to the predicted 91 units that we're predicting to build over the next, on average, over the next 3 years. Is that net or is that gross?
Net and gross are both distinguished in the table that leads to that 91. If I can just find it. I should also say that that table is in the process of being updated to take into account new permissions granted. But the table on page 191 doesn't make the distinction between net and gross. I know the data needs to be updated on that, but I do understand the distinction, and it will always the document will always make it clear whether it's talking about net or gross figures.
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at that table. But could you explain to me and compare that to what you're saying in the earlier text of the report about the 91 over 3 years? It's important to understand as a committee. Are you saying that we're going to build 91 over 3 years that is net or gross? I'm sorry.
The 91 is 91 net additional units. I would not put in the housing needs assessment a supply figure that was gross, that then had within it a certain number of demolitions or removals to the supply. The housing needs assessment would always have to have a net supply figure in it.
And I know that we've had a lot of debate around the relets. Could the relets and the predicted increase or the lack of movement at the moment be around the tenancy agreements? Is that a possibility?
I think tonight we've probably identified about 4 possibilities. Councillor Gardner's comment as well. I think there's obviously concern about relets. It is a significant part of the housing needs assessment. We're going to take it forward and do more work on it. And by the time we run another series of housing needs assessments, we will have explored that in much more detail. I can only answer your question by saying, yes, welfare reform is part of it, but I don't necessarily think that's all of it. And we've obviously aired some other views as to why it might be, and I think it's probably going to be a combination of many factors.
And following on from that, I mean, it could be cost, whereas now, and has direct payments come into, are people being paid directly, or is it not been introduced yet? I can't remember.
I think the start of the reduction in relets predates the introduction of direct payments, and it predates some of the welfare reform changes. I know that the welfare reform changes have been brought in over a number of months and a couple of years, but what I think we're seeing is a relet reduction that predates that.
So on that basis, could it not be that if that predates that and direct payments, it was prior to direct payments, and people are choosing now not to move because they have a situation where they're receiving their rent and they choose to pay their rent and stay in an overcrowded situation and keep that payment for that cost? Or is it because of their tenancy agreement in relation to moving from a social rent to a affordable rent is not in their interest? So I mean, it predates that, but in relation to the trend that we're seeing is down, it could be significantly down once these things have an impact. And people will be moving. If they move property, not to transfer, but to move, they could be moving, and that's particularly in relation to newly forming households. They could move into a property and only have a assured short household tenancy, and therefore they're not going to want to, particularly newly forming households, are not going to want to move. Therefore, the trend could be in the future much greater than we see now.
Yes, I think in relation to direct payments, which is, if I understand it, the payment of housing benefit to the tenant rather than to the landlord, then the effect on relets might not be significant, or there might not be an effect at all in terms of movement through stock. The direct effect that I see as a risk, or at least it has been proposed as being a risk, is the tenant falling into arrears for some reason as a result of the housing benefit payment going to themselves rather than to the landlord. I think that might be a rent arrears issue, not necessarily to begin with a relet issue. I think that the second point which you touched on, which is to do with under occupation, is probably a factor. And then against that, you've also got the issue of maybe an unwillingness to move if the current security of tenure is going to be lost by transferring into a different property, and if the property is also at a higher rent because it's an affordable rent. There are those two issues. And also we've talked about maybe people aren't moving out of their properties because they're living in them longer and staying in them longer, and the fact that we're not getting movement through stock as well because there are fewer new homes being built. So I think it's a combination of all of those. I don't think that I stand to be corrected that the direct payment issue itself is going to be an early issue that affects on the number of relets. But the others, I think, potentially are going to be, and we will do some more work and explore exactly what's happening around that.
And my last question, Chair, is in relation to page 90 and the table in 90. Well, it's sort of in relation to that table, but we're talking about net migration in and out, and it's going to, in relation to your debate that you want to have. Shared ownership, and I've raised this with you before, Diane, is historically, and when we looked at the data for people who have been accessing our shared ownership, predominant or a very high percentage, I think it was nearly 400 people, neither worked nor lived in the borough. And if you looked at the percentage that came from Winchester, and that links to this table, a lot lived and worked in Winchester, and then continued to work in Winchester, but accessed our shared ownership. Could you talk us through that and how that might impact on the numbers that we're considering in the future?
I know this came up as an issue probably 18 months, almost 2 years ago, I think, in one of the member workshops. And there was certainly a lot of discussion about it since that time. The initial assessment was carried out on the shared ownership and intermediate housing ownership across all of the intermediate tenures. So it looked at shared ownership, it looked at intermediate rent, which is another intermediate tenure, and it looked at various forms of subsidised home ownership through various schemes. What we hadn't done at the point of that presentation, going back to when this was first raised, was looked at the level of self-containment, if you like, or Basingstoke-and-Deane shared ownership properties going to Basingstoke-and-Deane residents. We hadn't looked at that across the different tenures. We'd taken the entire intermediate application database and made some assumptions, and looked at the data, made some assumptions about the level of self-containment across the entire database. I think the subsequent discussions that we had showed that there was a significant difference between Basingstoke residents applying for and obtaining shared ownership properties and Basingstoke-and-Deane residents applying for and obtaining subsidised home ownership properties. And I think that difference was to be expected. The tenures that, or the schemes that support people into subsidised home ownership, they are market driven. They're available to people who live in Basingstoke-and-Deane or who are looking for housing outside of the borough. So there was that distinction that I think we drew and we needed to draw, and that is something that I'll be picking up in the subsequent iterations of this document. I have to say that it was that point and that workshop that prompted the housing needs assessments being based on Basingstoke-and-Deane residents only for intermediate. So with the exception of HN4, all of the other housing needs assessments are based on Basingstoke-and-Deane residents applying for Basingstoke-and-Deane shared ownership and intermediate tenures. So there was a result of that all the housing needs assessments are based on exactly the point you're making. The other issue I think we need to bear in mind is the review of the housing register, which is going to be undertaken, and maybe that is something that we can also look at. But we have now drawn the distinction between households in shared ownership tenure and households in other forms of subsidised market tenure. And I think it's right that we do that. And when we do the next analysis, which is in a few weeks and months' time, I think that distinction will be very, very clear.
It's important if we're looking at 30% being intermediate. Of that 30% that's intermediate, what percentage of that is shared ownership? And are you saying then that whatever percentage we're looking at, it will go to people that live in Basingstoke-and-Deane? Or because as we've seen historically, we've built shared ownership in this borough, and we've housed people that neither live nor work in the borough, and then they move into the borough but continue to work outside. So I just want to be clear in relation to the shared ownership aspect.
The shared ownership aspect will be part of the 30%, as will some other forms of owner-occupied tenure. The amount of, or the quantity of 30% that is deemed to be affordable housing will, as I understand it, be driven or partly determined by the Borough Council's agreement with the particular site, looking at the development issues and the particular site that's in question. The housing needs assessments, as I say, have taken into account all of the range of intermediate tenure, whether that be shared ownership right to subsidised home ownership, and there is likely to be, in the owner-occupied sector, some movement across the borough boundary. We've already seen from the migration data that is going to happen. It's going to happen in the owner-occupied market, and I think it was referenced last night, and it's certainly referenced in this document, that households will want to move for employment opportunities. The other thing I should say is that the current database that we're looking at for the range of intermediate applicants for the refresh of this particular document doesn't just take into account households who are moving into the borough, it also takes account of households who are moving out. So we're now looking at the crossing of borders, not just people coming in, but people going out. One of the limitations, obviously, with the intermediate data is because it's managed by Homes Enhance. It will track those people who live in Basingstoke and Deane but want to move to another Hampshire district, but not those people who live in Basingstoke and Deane who want to move to somewhere else that's not within the Homes Enhance area. But having said that, we're still tracking who moves in and who moves out, and we can make allowances for that in the next update of this document.
If we're only going to build 91 units on average each year, and if you're suggesting that 30% of that is intermediate, if it is 30% that's intermediate, and it could possibly house, because it's such a small number, people that live and work outside of the borough, are there not, because my understanding in talking to the home zone agent is that other authorities actually ensure that those people on the register get priority, because otherwise, because this is our affordable element, it's not in relation to other aspects of housing, this is just the affordable, and it's going to be such a small percentage. Isn't it that we should be prioritising that for people in Basingstoke and Deane?
That's certainly a housing policy issue. We can do that, but I'm not honestly sure that you can do that. I wasn't aware that we could restrict, and maybe it's because we're part of the Homes Enhance, but it's something we can look at, unless you do know, Di.
I also know that part of the prioritisation criteria, as I understand it, for intermediate tenures and also for housing register, and this is something we would need to consider, is some form of prioritisation for armed forces. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Tilbury to come up to the table, please. He's been very patient. I would like to mention, I'd like to congratulate Di on her preparation of the document, and also her extremely high level of knowledge, because she was challenged, I think, tonight when people were bouncing around the document. She knew exactly where to go to and provided us with very, very good responses. Thank you, Di. Bearing in mind that
Don't push it too far.
I get back to what I said earlier, it's a bit of a snapshot, and there will be continuous updates in a lot of the questions and subjects that you mentioned. I'm going to pick up on something that Councillor James mentioned on that agenda item about referring to other committees. I noted that there were several areas where, this should go to H&E. This maybe should be addressed by H&E because it's a housing issue. Do you have any points that you would specifically like to refer back to H&E through the officers? And could you please email them to the officers? How would you like it handled?
Can I just say it has to be the committee that refers them, so the committee would need to jointly agree that that was something they wanted to refer.
Yes, Councillor James.
the one that we all picked up on was the one around the table on page 106 about landlord possessions, and that one is a piece of work that we're asking them to do. But I think what we need to do in the future is to think, as we're going through the debate, is there something that we want, to be referred, and we need to capture that and then ask H&E officially to pick this piece of work up.
Precisely. That's exactly the way we're travelling here, because this whole subject is so interconnected between the two. You agreed that that particular subject can be referred back to H&E? You agreed with that? Thank you. I just was advised of another point about the 91 affordable homes that are projected for the next 3 years. Those are currently ones with planning permission. It's got nothing to do with way forward, because without the local plan we've got various applications that have appeared, and that is the number of planning application affordable houses that we currently have as of tonight. It's not an indication that's all we're going to do in the next 3 years. So I think we need to bear that one in mind. Councillor Tilbury, welcome to the committee. And you've got 4 minutes, Natalie.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you. A very interesting evening, yes. I mean, some years ago I chaired a sort of affordable housing panel. I can't think there's anyone here who was actually on at the time, back in about 2003. And at that time, the sort of housing numbers historically had gone up dramatically to 4,000 on our housing list from about 2000 in the late 90s. But now it's 6,000, so this is getting worse all the time. And we've actually been quite good in this borough at generating affordable housing. In the housing associations, who I've generally got no time for whatsoever, have actually been quite good in this area alone. But the other one thing that hasn't gone up is the percentage of affordable housing. Well, it's been at 40% for a long time, where of course the demand's gone up much higher. So realistically, looking at what's coming out of this, we should be putting it up. But we know if we were to do that, in fact, we know 40% we'll be lucky if it's viable at that, with the funding and all the other issues. And I think the fundamental problem with all this is the system is broken. The housing associations are not going to be able to supply housing as we need it unless they're given a lot of money or the way it's funded changes. And to put this into context, I was looking back through the historical figures, and housing associations since 1946 have built a grand total of 800,000 houses. Well, councils built 4.5 million up until about over that same period, but obviously they built virtually none in the last 30 years. So in context, they've never been able to provide housing, and they never will, unless things change dramatically. So someone's got to put some money into this. Now, we've heard a lot of talk about housing benefit tonight, and I mean, in the current spending round, it's about £100 billion spent on housing benefits, subsidising to pay the RSL rents that are going up by an outrageous amount, because they can, basically. Supposedly to meet the decent home standard. As Karen said, I think it's actually half of RPI plus 0.5% at the moment. It was 1% for quite a long time, but that was to meet the decent home standard by 2010. Well, it's 2013, and they're still going up. And if you look at the graph on page 41 of 132, where it shows the pictures on there, you'll notice there's one that lags way beyond the others there, which is Test Valley, and it's not because it's just so cheap in Test Valley, it's just that they didn't transfer their houses until much more recently, so they're still paying council rent. And that's the other problem. Housing benefit is horrendous because we're just paying it to all these people. And it doesn't go to the residents, it goes to the residents, goes in one pocket, and they pay it out straight to the housing associations, and largely to pay back the money. In our case, it goes to pay the money that they had to borrow to buy the houses from the council. How crazy is that? And this is what goes on, and that's where all the money's going. We're spending £1 billion a year on new housing out of £100 billion on housing benefit. I mean, it's just crazy. So there is an answer there, but unfortunately, I think it needs to be done at the government level. And we say, we can't afford it. Well, if you go back to 1946, we've just been involved in a rather expensive war which bankrupted this country effectively. Government spending was 255% of GDP. Now it's about 100%, which is absolutely dreadful. But in reality, in those years, in the immediate post-war years, successive governments were building over 100,000 houses each year. Councils were building over 100,000 houses each year. And in fact, in any 6-year period, they built more than housing associations have built in the since 1946. So there is a solution here, but whether anyone's prepared to take it, I don't really know. But I don't think it helps us with this because, as you say, there are 91 we've got that we can build. But where we're going to get the money to build the others, I don't know. And the numbers are pointing us in a direction, as I said last night. The numbers are suggesting 750 higher housing numbers, but the reality is we're not going to have the money to fund the affordable one. So I just wonder where this is all going. This just seems crazy. If we could do all these things in 1946, when this country was really bankrupt, why can't we do it now? But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Tilbury. Members, we'll go into debate. If we can just come back to the recommendation of the officer's paper is to note the contents of this particular paper, and if you have any comments about the conclusion on page 64 of 229, and also I'll move to extend standing orders. Thank you. The debate will last as long as you wish, but if we could focus on what we've got this paper here for this evening, to lead on to finish off the paper from last night, then we get to a recommendation we pass up to the portfolio holder for planning, then we will have concluded these two nights' sessions. First speaker I have is Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall try and constrain my remarks to the paper and to planning matters. Firstly, I'd like to endorse what I think Keith originally said, and which you've subsequently said, that this is an extremely useful report gathering together all this set of relevant data. And my comment on the paper is really that with one or two further improvements, it could be an exemplary paper. And that might include a pay rise, right? We're advocating one, because we need exemplary papers like we need anything in this council at all. First thing, in the actual document, as opposed to the report, unless the MPPF for some weird reason requires that we don't have paragraph numbers, I would welcome paragraph numbers. I would also welcome a glossary of terms, because not everybody who reads this is familiar with the housing jargon or with planning jargon or whatever. Thirdly, an index would be helpful, and if you do paragraph numbers, Word will produce an index and an index at the beginning, and even an index at the end as well. But I wouldn't bother with that too much. And cross-referencing would be even more useful between the two papers. And I'm not asking that we do all that. I'm just saying it to the extent that it can be done in the update process. It would be immensely helpful to members, I think. The other comment on the paper itself, and this is on the officer report, is I was concerned, I think as you know, that the bullet points in the report seem to be look like randomly selected bullet points. And I think that needs commentary as to why, what conclusions we're drawing from this. And I realise this is an update, and maybe the commentary will come. Having said all that, one of the things I most welcomed was your comment at one point, and I didn't see it in the report, but it should be automatically, is the idea that on as much as possible, or as much as practicable, we will do annual, or where it's appropriate, biannual or triennial work, gathering and analysing statistics, because what we're good at is snapshots and we're not good at trend, and trend tells you a lot more. The second point is, given that, I very much welcome the approach which is tracking and analysis. However, note of caution, there is a need to be very careful where appropriate that we comment on the validity of information, because different sets of data in here are more or less valid. I'll come back to that point in a second. it's very important that when we do this tracking analysis, we need what I call properly representative information. Some of this isn't, and I'll mention a couple of examples without being exhaustive about it. The point from a planning and from the local plan perspective of this annualized or whatever, however frequently makes sense thing, I would like to see our undertaking to do that embedded in the local plan, so that some future council can't decide not to bother to do it because it's in the local plan. I'd also like to see embedded in the local plan, particularly in this immensely volatile housing field, but generally, comment that says we're going to do this and relate that as a justification for action, so that we aren't landed with some number or some statement in the plan which doesn't work 3 years later, but we don't have to review the entire plan, which is, let's go there. Let's put in triggers for the doubtful areas where we can, the process has told us that we should and can amend things dynamically in the light of emerging data. You then got to commit yourself to do the emerging data, so it's self-fulfilling prophecy. The fourth point is I would like to see us do more in the way of properly orchestrated survey work, which is specific survey work, fill in the gaps, and I draw attention to the council plan survey, the market research part of which, as opposed to the voluntary inputs from people, which you can't rely on to mean anything at all, because you don't know who didn't respond, but the market research was a properly representative sample, and it was done by professionals, and it told us, the thing I referred to that Jeff helped me with yesterday was finding that that was the point where we had a survey that said of the respondents, and this is statistically representative, 48% of the respondents had only lived in the borough for less than 20 years. And we're not talking about children who were only 4, only been here for less than 20 years, and 27% had only been here for less than 10 years. Now that is clear proof of the importance of migration. And it was at the time the only real evidence we had to prove that we were getting the levels of migration, including things like cross-border shopping for housing and all the other things which members complain about, but we didn't have the data. The next point is about validity, and the census data, and I raised this point last year, and I'm sure you probably noted it or somebody noted it. We must not rely on a census question that asks about what you did last year and then reinforces itself with being absolutely accurate, because it so happens that 2011 gives the same data, because at both points we had a very low turnover of housing and therefore we had a very low movement, and that data from that 2001 census is meaningless, and the same data from 2011 be even more meaningless if we try to prove anything from it. So, having got that off my chest again, somebody raised the point of ethnic groups, and I think the interesting thing about ethnic groups is that some ethnic groups have a strong cultural proclivity to live in large households. The grandfather, mother, grandmother, mother, daughter, daughter-in-law, son-in-law, etc. We don't, the normal processes of housing don't take much account of that, and you finish up with this silly thing of having knocked houses together and so forth. So while we do have a relatively small, compared with some areas, small proportion of differently oriented ethnic groups, I do think that we should take note of what we do have, and we should not make qualitative judgments about whether living in large family groups is a good or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing, and it's a shame we don't do it ourselves anymore, except that I wish some of my family would move out occasionally. It's been said several times that we cannot predict the future, we can only project, and the projections are not truth. with the best will in the world. And one of the things which really concerns me is that as we write this plan, we are in the middle of huge turmoil, both in terms of government policies and the economy. And nobody knows what's going to happen. Nobody knows what the outcome of those policies is going to be. Nobody knows when the government will twitch and change its mind because it's not working, as they've done with the new 5% contribution deposit on housing and so forth. And they're going to keep fiddling around trying to make things work, and a future government will take a totally different view and change again. And we can't write a plan for 20 years or 17 years or whatever and assume that the turmoil we're in is going to be the turmoil we're in for 20 years. So this makes it even more important that we do this annualised thing and bed it in so that we're allowed to change our policies as it turns out they didn't work. I think penultimate point, because I've lost, oh no, I haven't quite lost the other point, you'll be sorry to know. My penultimate point is please don't be fooled by this 80% containment thing. It is pretty meaningless, and the reason it's meaningless from this point of view, housing policy and many other policies, is that the proportion of movements across the border with neighbours is, roughly speaking, similar people. The people who live in neighbouring authorities are very similar to the people who live here. So as people move across, I mean, my daughter moves out of home, goes into shared, affordable home in Newbury, doesn't work in Newbury or live in Newbury, so proves the point. Went into West Berkshire affordable home, works in Reading, not in West Berkshire, and is now looking to move back into the borough if they come out with 5% and she can afford the other bit. Don't be fooled by the 80% containment rate and this cross-border thing, because it is similar people. What's not similar people is the quite large element of net internal migration from the rest of the UK, which was played down in yesterday's paper wrongly, because that is the bit that responds to policy. And that's the bit which, if we don't watch it carefully, will push prices up further here and in our neighbouring authorities, continue to push prices up further and make affordability worse. So while we maybe constrain what we can do about it, focusing on that and focusing on policy responses to that is very important. And the tendency to poo-poo that because we're 80% self-contained means nothing, in my opinion. We should focus on the things which are different and affectable, as opposed to the things which are endemic to the fact we live in a very similar area to other authorities. Nearly the end, Chairman, you're being very patient. I believe, coming back to the affordable housing, and I mean affordability generally here, I still believe, this reinforced my belief that I mentioned briefly yesterday, that we really have got to find better ways of dealing with affordable housing. Simply sticking a number saying 40% per site, per sort of site, etc. Several people have pointed out it hasn't worked. You know, you might get near it, you never get past it, and a lot of sites won't do it because they'll find a viability excuse or perfectly reasonable viability reason. And I don't think we are. I mean, we are doing some things as a borough at the marginal level in terms of helping people, and we should encourage that. We are doing things at the funding level, helping people and helping housing organisations and so forth. But I think it needs a lot more thought as to what we do about affordability, and I do think it's part of the planning focus. It is not something I'd like to see simply delegated to housing environment and the housing department. I'm not coming up with brilliant ideas for it, but I do urge that we all please think about how we can do things locally about affordability, because simply putting rules in the local plan ain't going to achieve it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Peach.
Thank you, Chair. Right, I've got a few points just to make comment to. I didn't mention it in questions or anything like that, but there was a small point in the report that mentioned, if I'm correct, that there was about 40 disabled units across the borough. And I just wanted to say, if there's a policy aspect to that, which is lifetime homes. I think is about 15% of planning. That is that figure specifically adapted for. It's not a question. It's just a comment that when we're looking at our planning policies, perhaps we need to consider what it is we're trying to get out of the lifetime homes policy of planning. So again, that will affect the type of households we build. Moving on to that, there was an issue, we sort of moved around it quite a bit around the lettings figure. And from my point of view, it's quite hard to predict. And having had experience of managing voids and relets in the past, you would definitely get variations from year on year. And some of them are quite unprecedented, and you couldn't really explain why. It just happened to be people perhaps wasn't as mobile that year, whereas another year they were a bit more mobile. So again, it's this point that I think having this document renewed annually and reviewed, I think, is really important. And I think I wouldn't want to get too stuck down on this one because I don't remember the figure exactly, but I'm sure we reduced by about 10 relets over the year, so it's not massive. That's not unheard. Yeah, so we're not talking big numbers here. It's not like hundreds of differences, so I wouldn't get too worried about that one just yet. Looking at the report on page 60 of 229, I was just reading the final part in the, I think it's 4.7, the council's affordable housing target, and I just wanted to perhaps change that around a little bit and how I would see it, and that is that I think it's the final sentence. The way I would look at that is that we're looking perhaps with, from housing environment as suggested, this 300 figure, and 5 out of the 8 scenarios are around about 300. So it's no criticism whatsoever, but I just think there's more of a positive thing, is it seems to be that we're around about the right number rather than necessarily failing in other areas. And adding to that is just that, in order to get our we're never going to get our calculations right. So that to me indicates again that we're around about the correct area. And policies HN5 and 6, again, if I'm correct, they propose a continuing rise at 2011 levels, which in many respects doesn't offer that trend analysis that perhaps the other one do, because they've got that 5 years preceding. And again, we've got to think about from a planning point of view, is if we presented something that didn't have any sort of possibility of analysis, but more so with a crystal ball methodology, then perhaps the challenge would come by the inspector when we're trying to deliver our housing number. So I would urge us to sort of work with what we've got. And I believe my final point really is just to reinforce again what we've already said, that this is not a finished document, and tonight we are commenting on it. And, I know you will take on the comments. I share the view that you've done a fantastic job on this report, and I look forward to seeing the updates as and when they come, so we can understand how everything else is going to unravel. Thank you.
Councillor Cubitt.
Yeah, thank you. Here on that comment, by the way, and your command of the subject is really very impressive. Just 3 very key things. There was reference made to the fact that we need to be able to adapt, and the NPPF embeds within it. It's one of the central boxes that local plans have to be flexible to adapt to rapid change. You've got all the data there, so we're going to be able, hopefully, to do that. We just have to make jolly sure that we abide by the central premise of the NPPF, which is, it couldn't be more explicit, our local plan must meet objectively assessed needs of our area and adapt to rapid change. So that kind of squares that box. In terms of the net migration figure, which we're going to touch on in the next debate, in terms of your paper, I just accept all of those, your recommendations, but just 3 things. In terms of the net migration figure and the reference to the fact we need to have a policy, we don't need to have a policy. The reason why the net migration figure is so high is because we built so many houses, right? So the policy is, what is the number that we build? Simple. In terms of planning on affordability, having a policy for affordability, I think it's a no-brainer. The coalition government could not be more explicit. Publicly owned land should be used to build council houses or social rented houses. Councillor Mitchell might not want to live in a socially rented house, but there are a lot of people, quite evidenced by the stats here, that cannot afford to live in anything other than. We have an obligation, again, central premise of the MPPF is that we have an obligation to provide a just society. We have a 2,000 acre site, which is absolutely perfect. Now, third thing, unblocking the relets. If we unblock the relets and we build a lot of socially rented housing for the elderly, and that kicks in with the new welfare reforms, then the projection of the relets dropping and getting slow could be unblocked very quickly. And we have a commitment in the policy paper of 20% of our housing stock is for elderly. And if we were brave and creative and were actually able to go forward instead of failing to adhere to the coalition policies, we could do some really exciting, great things for our residents. And I hope that this cabinet, in this administration, has the courage and the bravery to do what the people of Basingstoke want them to do.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Chair. Can I start by echoing the comments about the quality and the substance of the report? It is a really strong piece of work, and it comes from an officer of this council, and that is a really important thing. It's not a consultant in any way, shape or form who's done this piece of work. It's an officer of our authority, and she should be congratulated for it, and I do. In terms of what it tells us, in terms of where it leaves us, I think the substance of the analysis and the quality of it gives us an incredibly strong and credible position on the whole issue of affordable housing. Now the question is, I guess, in the debate, are we listening, and what are we willing to do about it? And I think from that perspective, the issues around income, the issues around affordability and what people can genuinely afford throughout the area, on both ownership right the way through to accessing social rent or accessing even crisis accommodation, is something that we need to draw from this and understand from this. And the choices that are open to people to move, choices for people to shift between, is incredibly important. And I think the priority of the targets that you set on affordable housing and the affordable issues that all fall out of that, as you said yourself, Chair, both housing and environment in this committee are looking at things that relate quite directly. So I think that brings you back to the product. It brings you back to, over the next period of this local plan, what is it that this authority is going to provide itself, or is going to enable others to provide, or is going to force others to provide. And I don't underestimate the point about force, because if the 3-year current delivery projection is 91 units a year, based upon permissions that have been given, even if you took the baseline, that means we need to find 200 roughly units a year. Even if you took the baseline, let alone 7 and 8 scenarios where you're building in the need and you're building in more of the other elements. So if you take that line, how we force developers to deliver, because they are building the vast majority of stock, is absolutely key. Now, other authorities take a very strong line. They hold the line on viability, and they have the investment in the evidence to hold the developers to account and to take their lawyers on. And from the outset, the developer's opening line to their lawyers is on viability, and the opening line is to get out of as much as they can get out of, because they're in it for the profit at the end of the day, which isn't a bad thing until it comes to affect your community, and it comes to result in the legacy of what is left behind by that development. So if we see significant development, and those 5 applications that are currently in coming through, that's a significant amount of housing we're looking there, and it's a significant amount of opportunity to deliver a significant amount of affordable housing. So that's a really important piece of the puzzle that I think needs to be put in place around the protection of 106 agreements and a robust defence of affordable housing. And that has to be through policy, and it has to be through this council having a strength in its ability to defend the position. I think the committee does have to recognise the issue around relets and the points that are being made, because that potentially does put pressure on the need for new build, and that relationship needs to be understood. So I'm looking forward to seeing the work coming forward in the way that Diane has expressed it can do in the future, to give us the base to understand that picture in a far stronger way. When it comes to what we do with affordable housing, my view and the Labour group's view on this is that the target of 40% is not enough, and we would wish to see a target of 50%. and we would wish to see that worked around, particularly the analysis of the 70 and 30 split, because the 70 needs to be more towards socially rented than affordable, and the 30 needs to be the truly affordable of the products. And again, we talk about the variety of products that are available and how different groups along that register can actually access them on ownership and other products, first buy and so on. And I think that's a really important point to bear in mind. We may talk about 30% being affordable, but how truly affordable is it to those people who are stuck on our register? When it comes to delivering, I think this authority should be in the business of building council houses. Wolverhampton, Oxford, Dudley, Winchester, yeah. Lots of different authorities of lots of different colours and complexions are building council houses again. And it's really important. And some authorities like Nottingham, for example, which have invested 4.2 million of its own money in building houses. You've got others like Wolverhampton that are giving up land for free in return for a developer coming in. I won't name the developer, but there are a particular developer they've chosen who has agreed to do the preferred developer, if you like, to do the deal with them. You give us the land for free and we will give you the housing. You then get the rental stream. You create the return that comes back to the authority in the service provision. You create the virtuous circle. And that element of having a virtuous circle, and this is key, so that it's not just building council houses for the sake of building houses, but it's building houses you can house your people in to deliver the services that they need. And it is an important piece, I think, of the future of local government, and this authority should grasp it. We are one of the richest, in both land and monetary terms, councils in this country. So if we can't solve the problems that our residents face and maintain our balances in the right way, then nobody can. And if councils like Nottingham and Wolverhampton and Dudley and so on and Winchester are doing it, we should be able to do that as well. So I think some fairly important lessons to draw, Chair, going forward, conclusions that I would draw and enter into comments to be captured, I think, going forward in how we actually make a difference. And to be honest, you know, I know Horace says, and I can understand why he says it in terms of the 40% on each of the sites, but at the end of the day, we are left with the mechanisms we are left with. If we don't do it ourselves, we've got to force the developers to do it. And I'm in the business of delivering affordable housing for those 6,400 people that are currently on the register, and in particular the bands 1, 2 and 3 who are in most priority need. Because I can certainly tell you in the casework I'm seeing and we're seeing in the wards, the situation out there at the moment is not good. It is not pretty in the private sector, let alone the social sector. And we have got to do something about it, because I would describe it as a housing crisis in this borough.
Thank you. Councillor Keith Watts.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to do the indefensible and mention the elephant in the room. But before I get to that, I was sorry that last evening you were disappointed that we all wanted to wait for this before we named a housing number, because I thought that the officers and probably the portfolio holder yourself had given us a good package that feeds into the discussion of the housing number, and I didn't see any way in which we could do it last evening. But that is the elephant, that's what we're here for. I mean, we've had a wonderful evening, I think, actually, in that we've been talking at great length on a subject that isn't this committee's responsibility, called displacement, I think. But I agree with pretty well everything Honourable Cubitt said, and I agree with Horace Mitchell in saying that the council, I don't know if you use this word, but corporately has got to do something about this. Unfortunately, because the structure of councils as they are now make it rather difficult for the council as a whole to do things corporate. There was a man called Baines once who told us how to do it, with Policy and Resources Committee under Chief Executive, who acted corporately. But as it is, it'll have to be the Cabinet who do it. And we're here to advise the Cabinets through Mark Raffel on the planning aspect. But the housing portfolio holder's here, and he commented in the break that I was very quiet. Well, that's because I'm actually angling for a place in the Tory Cabinet. I'm not going so far as to join UKIP, but we'll see how it goes, shall we? Now, the most important part of this report for Planning Infrastructure Committee is at the bottom, or starts at the bottom of page 210 or 229. This appendix documents each of the housing needs assessments, the variables upon which they are calculated, and sets out a range of different scenarios for affordable housing need. The assumption is that current housing need, i.e. need as today, will be met over the next 5 years, in addition to the arising housing need that will evolve as new households form and existing households fall into need. Now, last night we had a little dance at the end of the meeting, but I believe that it was proposed by Councillor Gardner and seconded by Horace Mitchell that the number arising from that debate should be 748. I left myself the house room to go for a larger number. So what we've got to recommend to the portfolio holder is what number to add to that 748 to meet that clearance of the backlog in 5 years, which I have to say I've been advocating as a policy for a long time, that we need to do that. And we've got, I've now mislaid we've got on page 73 and 74, the lower minimum estimate is around 765 households a year, or after 494 units per annum, housing need of a shortfall of 271 homes a year. So that's the minimum that we need to add to 748 to get our annual figure. That's the minimum.
I'm not quite sure that's right, Councillor Watts.
Well, by all means, challenge me. And
I think the base figure on the migration numbers was 550, and then it was what was going on top of that to make up for inward migration. That was the, as far as I understand it.
748 seemed to be the popular figure, and
but that's 550 plus.
But that's nothing to do with clearing the backlog of affordable housing, which is what this number is that we're discussing here. We're not 200 and right down the back. 210 of 229. Oh, well, 73 and 74 are where we were last night when the proposal came from several sources of 748 out of sorry, I beg your pardon. 73 is where the maximum and minimum figures come from from the housing need assessment. So if
no, I think what I'd like, as somebody's just put in front of me, 748 was taken on the 40% affordable rate equals 300 houses, and that's what everything was being calculated on. Hence 748.
Right, you're telling me that 40% was included in that?
Yes, absolutely. It's a total house building.
Of course, yes. But yeah, okay, I've got that. But so I haven't got the figure to propose in my head. But what we need to learn from today is how much more than that we need to actually meet this. It's nothing. The 40% is about what's a fair share for developers to put in, and that's the way we're trying to get it. But that won't give us the 1,603 a year extra that is the maximum need. And that's what I think we've got to decide tonight. We've got to amend last night's figure to come to a total that includes what it says on page 211, which is the need will be met over the next 5 years. That's what the report says.
Could you just hang on fire one thing? I haven't finished with it, Councillor Watts. Councillor Cubitt, you wanted to comment?
Yes, it's just that if we're going to start talking about the numbers, if we're voting on, are we debating the motion?
There's no motion on the table at the moment.
So when Councillor Watts refers
this is debating the paper we have in front of us tonight on the housing needs assessment.
Yeah, so when are we going to start discussing
As
the
soon
numbers?
as we finish the debate on housing needs assessment, I did explain it, once we finish that debate, then we have to return to the paper of last night, bearing in mind that you've now had a chance to study this paper, and then we look to the comments and the recommendation that goes forward to the portfolio holder of planning. And
I'll wind up now, Chairman.
Okay, and followed by
and come back to that later. Merely to say that I think that's why we're here, and that's the only reason that we needed to debate this report, was to inform the number we're giving to the portfolio holder.
I agree with you 100%, and I did concur with that conclusion last night, which is why we're doing things the way we're doing it. Diane.
My understanding of the relationship between the housing need assessment and the overall housing number and the figures that we've just been talking about is this, that the net nil migration scenario presented last night produced a figure of 550, which didn't take account of migration, but the 748 figure did to some extent take account of migration, given previous time periods of 5 or 10 years. It was commented last night that 748 equals 750 and 300 units a year affordable is 40% of that. My understanding is that the housing need assessment is the proportion of the overall figure that will be affordable, the overall figure being determined by the edge work and the housing need element within that being determined by the housing need assessments.
And that combined produces evidence that eventually will work its way through to the inspector, and it's robust enough to be accepted. And that's the end state we want to get to. Councillor Mr. James.
Can I just make something clear? I don't want to interrupt Councillor James.
Councillor Raffel.
Conflated two things, and I want to make it clear. My understanding, and I hoped it was your understanding, is the figure of 748 has been derived from an analysis of previous house building rates projected into the future. It is not a figure that has been derived out of housing need at all. The figure of 750 comes from the target of 300 that is a policy of this council, which if you work out what 300 is 40% of 750. One consideration for me will be to consider the realistic nature of 300 as a target at 40%, the deliverability of 40%, and therefore whether the figure of 750, being very similar to 748, is something that is a useful consideration for me to have in mind. In other words, if the two sets of data match, it is of interest. If they don't match, then I have to take account of the difference.
Can I just pick you up on that?
I'm listening.
On that point, you're assuming that the 40% is of the total number, but you have to remember you only equate the 40% of anything over 25 units, so it doesn't come into play until you build 25 units. And what is that made up of, that 700 units? So if it's lots of smaller sites...
Sorry, Mr. James, it's 15 units.
Is it 15 now?
And it's less in rural areas.
And indeed, in rural exception sites. There are all sorts of other configurations that come into mind, because it's all about averages and predictions and getting the right sort of sense. But what was mentioned last night was if there is a conflation or a matching between the two figures, you're getting in the right area for what you want to achieve.
So I must come back, Chairman, because the point I was making was, as stated eloquently by Councillor Cubitt, that's going to come nowhere near the need that comes out of this. And we've got to agree tonight what planning figure we want for the need, and then the council corporately, as Horace has said, needs to work out how to do that. As the owner of development land, it can control very much what happens to it, regardless whether they're actually council houses or not. But I don't believe that we're going to get a planning figure based on the 40% that meets the housing need that come out of this report.
I have to ask the question, if the committee's heard all the evidence that can be presented to it tonight, nobody's mentioning numbers. Until we do, we're going absolutely nowhere. And the decision will be made by the Cabinet tomorrow night. Yeah, but I'm just making it clear. Now, the next... James, do you wish to continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to say that we're building housing that nobody can afford to live in this borough. And the target that we have of 300 isn't going to be built. Clearly, we're not going to be able to meet that target. And historically, if you look back over that target of 300, we only built 44 units last year. And we've had sites that have come forward, publicly owned sites that have come forward, where we've built no affordable housing. And it's of grave concern, and particularly in relation to this government's policy now in relation to viability. The developer has got a get out of jail and is going to build less and less. So our policy may be 40, but the reality is we'll be lucky if we achieve 15. So we're building a product that no one can afford to live in. Everybody is now dependent on housing benefit. Housing benefit by this government is being cut. So those people that are living in that housing, let alone can't afford it, but also are struggling now because the housing benefit that they receive is being reduced. The demand for social rented is enormous. We've got a register that is growing. And it's out of control. We've got sites that are coming forward in the site selection for the greenfields that lots of people around this table don't want to be built on. But the reality is the housing that you're going to have built on it is going to be a product that nobody can afford to live in. And once we build those sites out, we've lost those sites and that land forever. And it's going to be a product the rest of the borough won't be able to afford to live in, and if they can afford to live in it, they're going to be dependent on housing benefit. And in relation to the report where it talks about 20% of single people on the register are not able to afford £80 for a shared accommodation, and 20% on the register are not entitled to housing benefit. So where are they going to live? If they're not entitled to housing benefit and the product that we're building is dependent on them receiving housing benefit, where are those young people going to live? Because predominantly most of the people on the register are single people. So we've got, like Paul says, we have a crisis. We're also building, and historically we have built shared ownership in this borough, and it's housed people that neither live nor work in the borough, and a large percentage, the highest percentage was for that. And we're going to see in the future a very small number of shared ownership come forward, and we need to ensure that if it does come forward, we ensure that priority is given to those people on the housing register. And other authorities have and do this. We don't, we should do. And the other thing that we need to consider, and I think that we really need to look at this, is we have a reduction in the HCA's grant, and we're now seeing that the only thing that we can build is affordable housing, and there's only very limited exceptions to that, being regeneration and exceptional circumstances where we may be able to build social rented model. What we need to do is use our money to ensure that we top up that grant. So where there is an opportunity to build affordable housing and the grant that is coming in from the HCA is for affordable, we need to do a top-up using our money, possibly using New Homes bonus, to ensure that the model that we build is social rented, and therefore at least giving people more of a chance to be able to afford the housing that we're building. It's still going to be exceptionally expensive, and a lot of people within the register are not going to be able to afford it. But one of the things that we can do is ensure that when we do give that top up to whichever developer and partner housing association, that we want the lowest social rent model available to them. And we need to look at what the benefit would be for us to do that. But as we said, and I'll say it again, what we need to be building is council housing, and going back to us actually building housing again. And lots of authorities around the country are now doing that. All of those authorities that transferred out are now building stock. They realise that's the only option, and we need to do that. And we used to use our own land to do it. We're a land-rich authority, and we're also wealthy in relation to the money that we have. So we need to use both to build out, and there will be a net. The gain is that we would reduce housing need, but we would also ensure that we're building something that people want to live in and that can afford to live in. And so I urge this authority to consider doing so. I'd just also say, as Paul has said, our housing cases that we're receiving in the urban area is enormous, and it's worrying. And like you said, we're in crisis. And I just last week had a housing case, horrendous housing case, but they are in band 4. So in relation to your scenario that you're looking at, they don't stand a chance, and they have been bidding, and they don't stand a chance of, and they've been told that they won't be housed, of being housed under the scenario of number 1. So there are, and we're getting more and more cases that are in band 4 that in relation to the criteria what Di talked about, and needing to be housed, and they're going to be many years in housing crisis, and we're not going to be able to house them, let alone the people that are in band 1, 2 and 3.
Fine. I'm not quite sure how that's connected to planning. There's much one H and E argument. That's my view anyway. And Councillor Mitchell, you wish to comment on that?
Well, I wanted to come back because I didn't mention numbers in what I said earlier. I was discussing the paper. And I would like to say something about numbers as a result of what I've been hearing.
In relation to paper C? Okay.
Because there seems to be some confusion. The number that we put in as the number of dwellings in the local plan is a target number of the number of dwellings that we undertake to allow to be built, one way or another. Doesn't matter whether the council builds them or anybody else builds them. It's a number. It determines how much land is allocated in the local plan. That's its critical impact. Except for a modest allowance for what we're allowed to say we might do as windfall sites. Otherwise, it's allocations of land or allocations to villages. We've done a few allocations to villages. In my ward, I have a parish council which expects to find places for 40 dwellings in the plan, well within the plan period in the next 5 years, of which at least 15 will be affordable dwelling homes. I'm not going to get into what sort of affordable, because that gets complicated, and that's very much a local thing. I've got another one which would like to build 20 in the next 2 or 3 years, which will be outside of planning policy, and therefore cannot be counted by anybody, right? And are not in whatever number you come up with, 748, or any other number. The number of the point I made earlier, and that is that within whatever number you come up with, whether it's 748, 750, whatever, if you assume that 40% of that will be affordable dwellings, I think you're being very optimistic, because that 40% of those allocated 750 won't be affordable dwellings unless we decide to cover a particular site with affordable dwellings. That's a policy matter for the council. It's nothing to do with the local plan number of dwellings, because it would be within the 748 local dwellings. Just mean there'd be fewer market dwellings available in the 748. That's the simple effect of what happens. The point I was trying to make earlier is that, in my view, we as a council, and this is where I think Keith supported me, have a corporate responsibility, and I'm quite happy to use that word because we are a corporate entity. We have an absolute responsibility to do something positive and sensible about the housing problems, predominantly of the town, but of the borough as a whole. And I am totally committed that we should do that. But attempting to move from there to say, oh, well, we really need 400 social housing, therefore we must multiply up that by under 40%, meaning we've got to build 1,000 or something, is not the right way to do it, because all that does is force us to allocate land for 1,000 houses, and I have to tell you that you allocate land for 1,000 houses, and a hell of a lot of them will be bought by people moving into the borough. That's how life works. And I don't think in our local plan it's wise or sensible for us to tell the inspector how we plan at the local level to specifically fix our social housing need or our affordable housing. The other thing is, I mentioned that I don't like, and I just wanted to correct a misunderstanding in case there is one, I don't like council houses. I specifically don't like council houses. I don't like social rented houses. I don't like the idea of people having to live in social rented accommodation as a permanent way of life. I don't like it. That's a philosophical judgment. So, that other people may have another philosophical judgment. It's based on my personal life experience, and it's based on watching what happens with others in their personal life experience, and I'm against it. What I'm in favour of is getting people housed respectably and giving them every opportunity to make their own choices about how they're housed. And if that has to start by having social rented houses, I'm for it, but only as a start point, not as a philosophy. So I just want to make sure that my personal view on that is also on the record. But please don't let's start grossing up from we need 400 affordable homes to, oh, well, we'll have to call that, divide by 40, we need 2,000 or whatever. That is madness, and that will just get us into real serious trouble, because we've been building 1,000 a year for the last, whenever it stopped building, till it stopped building, and we weren't supplying the houses needed for the housing register when we were doing that.
Councillor Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just going back a bit, I think this is a sort of fundamental debate, isn't it, of people's fundamental need for housing, and ought to be approached suitably, seriously in the light of that. I'm a bit concerned that the portfolio holder risks, going down a path where, he looks at a table that has a number of scenarios. Quite a few of those are there or thereabouts around 300, and therefore he sort of makes an assumption that, 300 is give or take the correct figure. One of the things that I don't think we've actually fully explored, is, well, in terms of a rising need, what is actually a realistic scenario on a rising need? And is it a realistic scenario that just stays the same as it has for the last 5 years on average? Or indeed, might that need just arise at the same rate as it did in 2011? Or indeed, might it actually continue at the sort of trend rate or some amount in between those? And I'm a bit concerned that, we may be in a scenario where, we blithely go down the line of saying, well, 300 is roughly the figure. The only realistic way we can do that is by, it being 40% of the houses built. That gets argued down. We actually end up with, a build rate of affordable or social rented housing that's significantly less than 300. And then actually we find that the arising need is actually, closer to the 460 or the 644 even, that is identified in scenarios HN5 and HN6. And, the way I think this should be approached is, and I think I'm at one with a number of other members on this, we should certainly look at the practice, and the truth is that this can't be looked at purely in planning terms. It has to be looked at, and it's positive that both portfolio holders are here, because actually the issues can only be addressed, in both housing policy terms and also planning policy terms. And on the housing policy side, we most certainly need to look at council housing. We most certainly need to look at, potential additional subsidy from the borough towards, social rented housing, and any other possible mechanism that we can bring to bear, over and above those. So that's the sort of housing issue. And on the planning policy issue, we certainly, need to look at this issue of the percentage. And, I don't sort of take 40% for granted. I think the portfolio holder for planning ought to, seriously look at upping that existing 40% if that is, achievable and realistic. We certainly need to look at anything that we can do on the planning policy side, that might make it easier for housing associations or for providers of affordable or rented housing to increase the levels of availability. And we ought to actually, get a real handle on these, as well as on the issue of the level of relets. We most certainly ought to get a really strong handle on this issue of a rising need, and really be sure that, if it is argued that, the arising need is, going to be as it has been, we ought to be absolutely certain of that, and have really seriously ruled out, and at least contingency planned what happens if the arising need is actually higher.
Councillor Garrett-Watts. Thank you, Chair. I think everybody's had enough now. I can see nobody's listening. This paper just highlights what I'm seeing as a councillor, as an urban councillor. Since I've been back on the council, my housing caseworkers I've been amazed, basically, to what I've had since the previous time I was on, and this just highlights it. We build more homes, we build up the housing need. That's what we've done with the last local plan. So you've had the last 5 years of growth, you've generated a housing need problem, which has been highlighted in this paper, and it's only going to get worse. As it's been already stated, relets is not happening. That's going to get worse. Lack of new build, welfare reform, recession. We've got a perfect storm there, and we've got a housing crisis. And as a council, what are we going to do about it? We're just tinkering around on the margins. I haven't seen anything substantial come out from this council. We've got new homes bonus. We've got £23 million, which we could use to offset, get some affordable social housing there, but we're not. What we're doing with that money, we're squandering it, in my opinion. What else are we doing with our revenue budget money? We're spending it on cost of coffee outlets, and we could be using that for some social housing, affordable housing, generating the economy, the local economy. I mean, we're just tinkering around on the margins. We can argue all day about
thresholds of affordability, but I think when we get on site specifics, we talk about viability, and the MPPF is going to kill affordability. And I think as a council we need to think outside the box, and the Cabinet needs to think outside the box. And all I've been hearing from the Cabinet for the last 2 years is just empty nonsense, really. I haven't heard anything substantial, just tinkering on the fringes. And it's pretty depressing, actually. Being a councillor, the casework I'm having, I'm picking up cases with people in bands 2 and 3, and they've got 40 points, and they're going nowhere. And, you know, and it's getting worse and worse, and we as a council need to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keith Watts, and I'm drawing a line under that.
Can I come back on Councillor Mitchell? Councillor Mitchell's whole presentation was based on the assumption that 40% of private developments is the only way we're going to get houses. And I thought that what Councillor Mitchell was saying is that if we want to increase the number of affordable houses, then that would end up massively increasing the permissions we're given for commercial. Well,
Councillor Mitchell, can we allow Councillor Watts to...
Well, I apologise that I'm reporting him in the reverse, so perhaps he agrees with me. But if I can go back to paper C, the affordable housing target of 300 new homes per year, this is on page 74 at the bottom, could address the most acute and urgent housing need in the borough. However, it does not make allowance for the housing need of households on the housing registry in band 4, even those with statutory reasonable preference, and the increasing trend in housing need in the borough. And we then have the upper estimate could be as high as 1,600 households per year. The portfolio holder seems wedded to the 300 a year, which is this report is telling us is only attempting to meet the minimum need and not doing it. What this paper is telling us is that just going for 40% of private development isn't going to do it. I'm not really interested in whether council builds or owns or housing associations do. What I am interested in is that this council has the resources to do something about this corporately, and as the planning committee we need to take notice of this, that the recommended figure of 748 is not going to provide sufficient to get us to the position we're in. I think, incidentally, of course, for us to talk seriously in terms of figures like 1603 and so on, I mean, it's not going to be anywhere near that accurate. We ought to have some round numbers, perhaps. Should it be 1600? Should it be 800? That's what we need to decide tonight. Now, I had overlooked the fact that 300 were allowed for in these figures, but we do need to go for a higher figure. Instead of 748, perhaps perhaps 300 more than that. I don't know what the answer is, but it's got to be more, and I think the portfolio holder needs to think on that. I'd be happy for Councillor Mitchell to say how I got him wrong.
I think we've had enough. Now, could I...
The need is in Basingstoke.
The need is in Basingstoke.
I specifically said that increasing the target number in the plan does not increase the number of affordable homes that are built. I explicitly said that. And you're now saying exactly the reverse. You implied that you'd heard the reverse of what I said, but you're now saying that you do need to increase the number in the plan in order to get the right number of affordable homes. I explicitly said you don't need to do that. I tried to explain why. I didn't go into too much detail because it's not that for tonight. But it is not the case that the only way to build more affordable homes, in fact, building more homes, does not build more affordable homes.
We will move on to that, Councillor Cubitt. I'll note that you want to speak. I'm going to ask Karen to sum up as much as we can what's been commented on. The recommendation in the paper is to note this report. So I'll pass it on to Karen. She's going to. There are various things we're going to pass across to the officers and to possibly H&E. But I'll let Karen have the floor.
If you were happy, what I don't think what I would suggest is that you decide whether or not you note the report as the recommendation. But as you know, in the new minutes, we're going to do a summary of what the gist of the committee talked about. This is my best attempt. Because clearly the two portfolio holders here, the officers are here, we've written down all the detailed notes. We can't minute every individual comment. So what I would propose is there were a number of detailed comments on the document itself, which officers noted and will consider in future revisions. There were a lot of things about layout, etc., which I've got full notes of and will pass to Di. Then there were a number of comments which were of relevance to planning policies and our considerations moving forward in terms of planning policy. The particular ones that I captured were undertaking to do an annual refresh and whether or not we can actually require or put a hook for that in the local plan, and how we would do that and allow us to review in future particular parts of the plan. That was one. When looking at policies, need to look at what we're getting out of lifetime homes. That was another issue for planning policy. Need the local plan to be able to adapt and be flexible to change. The local plan policies need to be able to secure affordable housing through Section 106s, and we need to hold the line on that. And then there was another one around a similar issue, and that was that we need to look at the percentage of affordable housing which can be secured through planning policy, and I know you're waiting the outcome of the affordable housing viability assessment for that. Those were the key kind of planning policy comments I was picking up from you. I was then picking up a general comment that I think you were aiming towards the two portfolio holders that are present tonight, and that was a concern around current delivery of affordable housing and a need to explore new approaches. You made a number of ideas which clearly they will have captured, and a general comment that I think several people in the committee believe that planning policies alone will not achieve the number. It's not realistic that planning policies alone will achieve the number of affordable housing that you need to deliver to meet the affordable housing need, and you need to consider other approaches as well. Would that be a fair summation? With regard to the number, I think what I was hearing was that while the council's target of 300 net affordable housing units would meet the minimum affordable housing need, there was a clear need to keep this under review and be flexible in responding to changing circumstances moving forward.
Comment, Councillor Shaw.
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. I think there was a strong degree of consensus about the importance of the additional work on the relets. And understanding the level of relets, and also there was a point that I made about the issue of a rising need and really understanding that arising need and not necessarily making the assumption that bears out the levels of 300, but considering and if necessary contingency planning, for the potential for the arising need actually being higher.
Councillor Mitchell. This is to the director, so she.
Yeah. Just picking up on the comments. I mean, what I've rather gathered from what people are saying, and certainly I think, is that the 300 in the housing strategy, or whichever document it comes from, in my opinion, at least in the short term, is not enough. And that's why I place a lot of emphasis on the council corporately doing more and new things to increase the delivery of affordable housing. But I still make the point that increasing the target number in the plan doesn't achieve that. And I also make the point that the target number in the plan is only a target. It doesn't stop more houses being built. It just says you've got to allocate land for that number. That's all it says. I'm confident we can build more than that, but I wouldn't want to see the number in the plan increased, because that's simply the number that the inspector will require us to allocate land.
Councillor James, this is for the comments that Karen's capturing.
I think there was a lot of discussion around affordability and in relation to the model, and so lots of us had concerns around the affordability and in relation to social rent, affordable, and so on. I mean, most of the night we've been talking about affordability. And the other thing that I'd like to pick up on is the referral to H&E in relation, yeah.
Okay, that's on paper C. I'm going to now revert to paper B. Right, before we do that, can I accept that the committee notes this report as in the recommendation? Oh, yes, yeah, I said that at the beginning, but yes. We note the report and commend the officer on its production. Right, now I'll go back to paper B.
Nearly accepted.
Right, the recommendation from last night is in the summary of the page of the report, which is 6 of 229. Are you all happy to have that in front of you? Do you want me to read it out again? It's for section, it recommends the approach to the Cabinet considering the recommended options set out in section 4. Section 4, it's the paragraph 4.5, and before we examine the three scenarios that are there, you wanted to have this debate this evening and address this paper. I'd now like to hear the comments on these numbers and what is recommended to go to the portfolio holder. Councillor Cubitt.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to rehearse the debate. I'm purely going to say that I think that it is overwhelmingly clear to me that we should be building the 550 figure per annum, that we should require of developers a 70-30% split, so that we don't have to have lengthy discussions on viability, and that the residual shortfall is found from the explicit development on publicly owned land, so that we build a minimum per annum of 300. And if, as is referred to, that more is built, because as we all know, even if you release 550 per annum over the period, more might get built, then we pick up the 30% from the developer 70-30 split. But that's the way that we meet the needs of our borough. And secondly, just very, very briefly, I think it's extremely important that whilst the rural areas are very important, that we must somehow make the policies better for building more social rented or council housing in the country through the rural exceptions, but that obviously the most important area is Basingstoke. It's where the bulk of our population is. So whatever people in wherever we live in the countryside think, the key area is the 100,000 that sit and bang in the middle of our borough.
I'm taking from that you're looking at 550 plus 300.
Emphatically not. 550, of which
300 in the 550.
300 minimum, and the developers meet 70-30, and we make the difference by providing on our own council held land as per the coalition objectives. And that is the way we release the relets, that's the way we unblock all the blockages. We specifically focus on the real needs of the elderly in the bulk of our borough that reside in Basingstoke. And I think we're really able to be creative and positive if we want to be, instead of negative and not achieving anything. And if anybody wants me to help raise the finances to generate the revenue from the asset that we will retain, I'm more than happy to do that without any fees.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night I went for the 748 number and I was convinced by the arguments put forward, and I haven't changed my mind tonight. I think there may be an argument for going for a 70-30 split if the 30% suddenly became a real 30%, not a negotiable 30%, rather than a 40% which got negotiated down to 20. But I think we also need to look at innovative affordable housing provision. We may need a referral back to H&E, but the planning system doesn't provide sufficient affordable housing, and we may have to look at alternative ways of doing it. But the 748 as a number for the inspector sounds good to me.
Thank you. We captured that in the last paper. There's always a difficulty about setting, what you want to do in a plan that's looking forward 15, 18 years. A lot of what has been discussed tonight is in fact picked up on implementation. And it's how you implement what your targets are set at. And that's where your variations can be, you can fine tune that further on. I've had a bit of experience on that strategy down through implementation in other fields. What have we got to? Councillor Mr. Tucker.
Sorry, can't reach. I just wanted to say I haven't changed my mind since yesterday, and I said 748 last time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to confirm that I do think we have to go for 748 because you can't stop migration, and you cannot stop migration either way. And if we significantly reduce below that, and particularly if we went the line of having 550, of which 300 were to be affordable dwellings, then the market housing available would be 250 a year, and the clear impact of that would be to lead to a dramatic increase in house prices in the borough, because people will still want to buy houses, and as soon as the house prices go up, people want to sell houses. While for those who already have 100% ownership and no mortgages, that might be a very attractive proposition. I mean, it'd be good for me personally. I don't think it's a good proposition for the borough as a whole. So I believe we would be foolish to go for a zero migration thing for the reasons that have been explained several times. And I do think 748 is the least, and I've always gone for the idea of the least in terms of formal planning that we can get away with. And I think 748 appears to be that, with the support of the EDGE summary. Thank you.
I've never believed that the 500 figure would be sustainable with the inspector, and I believe the 748 figure is the correct one to go for, and I would like to support it.
Thank you. Any other comments? I noticed there were several people last night wanted to come to a decision on these numbers after they'd heard this paper. I've yet to hear from them. If you want to sit in your hands, then I will move this. I'll close the debate now because it's a recommendation to the portfolio holder. And they're not going to wait because it is now 10 minutes to 11 and this meeting's gone on long enough. Yes, Councillor Cubitt.
Just very quickly, I get very upset personally, maybe it's because I don't understand the way the world works, of all this references to the inspector. The MPPF could not be more clear that this is our policy, our plan for our people, and we're not operating under the Labour top-down planning system anymore. We have the ability within us, if we want to create what we want. So all these references to inspector, in my opinion, are last year's argument, because if we can demonstrate, which I think we can, the objective needs of our own people, we don't need to make references to, oh dear, what the inspector's going to say.
Well, I thought I said a great deal, Chairman. but perhaps I was fantasising. I apologise to Councillor Mitchell. I had misunderstood him, and I think we actually agree. But if what we're doing is playing a game for the inspector, then I'll withdraw what I said, and we must go find other channels to get this corporate body to build more, one way or another.
Councillor Shaw.
You know, my final observation. Well, for the
Councillor Shaw, please.
for the benefit of those listening to the webcast, I'll mention.
Members,
something
can we have the
that's-
courtesy to allow Councillor Shaw to speak?
For the benefit of those that are listening at the webcast, I'll mention what a councillor from the Labour Party has just said, and he said that Liberals aren't very clear on policy matters, but actually, you know, my final observation on this evening and yesterday is that actually pretty much all of the members round the table actually have been perfectly clear on their positions as far as this issue is concerned, both today and yesterday, and it's actually only the Labour Party and its members who have been strangely silent on this particular issue. My position was perfectly clear, and and what I said yesterday was I was very clear about my views on the methodology, and as a couple of other people remarked who were listening to my remarks carefully, if you follow the methodology that I support, you arrive at a figure of 748. It's very clear.
Members, I'm going to draw this to a conclusion, and from the chair, I'm going to move that the recommendation to the portfolio holder from this committee on paper B is on paragraph 4.5. Pardon? Yes, can do. That we go for the migration-led 10 years, 5 years, 80% of 748 dwellings for the portfolio holder and the cabinet to consider tomorrow. All those in favour? Could I have a seconder, please? Right, I've got a seconder. All those in favour? 748.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can you keep your hands up? We need the names. So we've got 5, 6.
That's excluding 4. Thank you very much. 2 abstentions. Councillor James and Harvey. Yeah. And
no other comments.
and no other comments. Thank you very much, members. Patience was welcome. And for those of you that will be there, I'll see you on Friday at the viewing panel.